Good evening, Saints fans and Who-Dats from all over the world. I'm Kyle T. Mosley here with Brendan Boylan of the Saints News Network. Brendan, how you doing, man? You ready for the Saints draft?
I'm good. It's like Christmas Day, right? Every draft that comes around, and this year especially has been a little different for the Saints because we're not used to having them be just the center of attention in national media. And I feel like that's been the case for today, right? The Saints are one of the few teams that are really looking to make a massive move here in the draft. Hearing that Mickey Loomis has been working the phones trying to get the Saints into a top 10 position, but they have yet to find a trade partner. So we'll see what happens, and especially if Mac Jones starts to fall. Apparently, that's the quarterback that the Saints are after. If that guy starts falling, you could see the Saints start blowing up some phones. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be different. And I know our friend here, Bob Rose. I know that he's really excited. The draft is up his alley. It's the moments he lives for, and man, he's killed it with those draft profiles this season. So, Bob, welcome in, and I know you're as happy as everybody else to finally get this thing going.
Brendan, thank you, and good evening to you. Good evening, Kyle. Good evening to all of our viewers who are tuning in. And yeah, I'm glad it's here because you use two terms that are both applying to me right now: living and dying. These draft profiles, this draft conversation. I mean, it's killing me. I'm not a young man, as you guys know. But honestly, I've nicknamed it Christmas in April, and that's what it truly is for both NFL franchises and certainly fans of their teams. And I think we're going to be in for not only an interesting first night, but all 3 days are going to be wild.
Awesome. Look, Bob, you got your fan club waiting for you. You got Michael King, you got Jason. They're out there waiting. Look, let's talk about what's going on, guys. Let's have a quick chat. The Saints have been rumored to be able to jump up. I know, Brendan, you and I were talking. Diana Rossini said the Saints haven't been able to get a trade partner as of yet. Is that correct?
That's what I'm hearing, is that, like I said earlier, that Mickey's been on the phone for a lot of the day, and the Saints have actually been looking to trade up, and including if they wanted to trade a potential starter to move up, that's kind of been something that's been in the conversation for weeks now. But the Saints haven't been able to work anything out. Unfortunately, I don't think the Saints have the draft capital to make that move happen. And even if they did, you don't know if you really want to go through another Ricky Williams scenario, right, where you trade your whole draft to go up and get one guy. And especially in a draft where the Saints have multiple needs, I think the Saints could grab somebody at 28 that's really going to be serviceable and perhaps a day one starter. And then there at 60 as well, you have those 2 third-round picks to where if there's a guy that falls at the end of the first round or the early portions of the second round, you have the ability to trade up and do that as well. So I think the Saints are in a good position. Personally, don't want to see them trade up. And right now it's not looking like they're going to be able to, but time will only tell.
Brendan, you hit the nail on the head too. Yeah, it's one thing to have all these conversations about, they need to trade up, they should trade up, they're going to trade up. You got to find a trade partner, and one that's willing to work with you for what you're willing to give up. This is still a playoff caliber team in most people's eyes, and I certainly think so. So you don't want to mortgage your present or your immediate future, for what amounts to a gamble, which all these draft picks are. I mean, nobody's a sure thing. We know that. I have confidence in the Saints scouting department. They identify a handful of players, for their big board in not only round one, but all subsequent rounds, as we've seen during, all throughout the Sean Payton era. So if they don't manage to trade up tonight, I agree with you. There are some players at multiple positions of need for New Orleans. Fortunately, in my opinion, their biggest areas of need are some of the deepest positions in this draft. And we've also seen them get first round value on day 2 or even on early day 3. So stay tuned, folks. I mean, if you don't see your team get the player that you were hoping for in round 1, trust their process. This team has done a magnificent job at retooling this roster for the last 5 years, mostly through the draft. And they have an extensive history of getting immediate contributors in rounds 2, 3, and 4.
All right, good stuff. John, welcome. How you doing, man?
Doing good, man. Got my little setup going on, so I apologize. It's you don't have all the crazy good background like I normally do. So
Hey, no worries, man. We're just chatting it up and chopping it up for a few minutes before the draft actually starts. Guys, we're not going to be on air the full 8 hours? No, the full time. But what we're going to do, we're going to keep our live stream open just in case the Saints do make a move into that first hour, so we could be able to come in and give you an update. And also, these guys may come in after a couple of trades or two, talk a little bit about what's going on with those trades, so you can be able to understand some of the movement that may happen in the NFL draft. But before we go there, John, I was talking to Bob and Brendan a little bit about the trading up scenarios, what has been going on. Have you had any insider information from any of the guys that you know on the beat in New Orleans?
I think the biggest thing to pay attention to is cornerback, and I just feel that some of the things have been said, whether it's offensive tackle, quarterback. I think that's just a bunch of smoke screen. I feel like it's cornerback still, from what I'm hearing. Cornerback would be the need. I think it's either got to be J.C. Horn. I don't think they're going to get past Dallas to get Patrick Surtain. But look, I think if that falls off and they can't trade up, because you got to realize they've been trying to go to the top 10, and you got to have a lot of power to go from 28 to 10. And you got a team that needs to say, I don't mind taking back the 28 pick if I'm in the top 10. And so I think it's going to be a lot more hang up than what we probably are thinking, if you will. And, look, regardless of where they trade up, I think there's a spot where you're like, man, I got to trade in next year's picks, probably your next year first to move up to. So really, if they're going to pull the trigger, I have a hard time believing that's for an offensive tackle, one, or a quarterback, although I know that there are no quarterbacks on the payroll for 2022. But look, everything that I've heard, it's a cornerback. It's got to be a cornerback. I think it's probably more of a J.C. Horn here in that situation. But look, I think they'll be happy if they can get Caleb Farley, or they could get Greg Newsome. But I think they're going to miss out on Surtain.
Yeah, Surtain, you have to be able to think about just what you said, Brendan. Will they be able to get a starter, a part of that trade package, as well as the future couple number ones? I don't think that's the right way to go, in my opinion. Anybody doubt that?
No, okay. I mean, I agree. But at the same time, go ahead, John.
No, I was just thinking back to what Mickey Loomis had said yesterday, that he feels really good about the roster. He doesn't see many holes on it, and I just don't see why you create another hole by, what they're doing. And I know they could trade and they could do a lot of different things, but I don't know. I read in what Mickey said. I read in what Sean's been talking about since last December about Jameis Winston and the way they believe in him, and I just don't see if it's a Mac Jones, maybe a Trey Lance, Justin Fields. I don't know, possibly, but I just think it's a big smoke screen. We always hear about it every single year that they want to get this, but I have a hard time believing it, guys. I really do.
Okay. John Hendrix does not believe the Saints are going for a quarterback. All right. So Saints are not going to go for a quarterback. John, you believe J.C. Horn's the target. Bob, you believe Greg Newsome is the target. And Brendan, I think you said J.C. Horn as well should be the target.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, though, and I think both John and Bob touched on this in some pieces this week, is I really think the sweet spot for the Saints, if they're looking to trade up, is going to be about 15 to 20. If the target's a J.C. Horn, if the target is a Greg Newsome, that's going to be your sweet spot. Trying to get into the top 10 is going to be extremely difficult. I think if you're going cornerback, that's where it's going to be. And back to what John said about the quarterback situation, how many years in a row, especially towards the end of Drew Brees' career, did we hear, the Saints are going to get their quarterback, the Saints are going to get their quarterback? And in all actuality, since Archie Manning, there's been 2 quarterbacks selected in the first 3 rounds by the Saints, Archie Manning himself and then Garrett Grayson. We saw how that worked for the Saints. So I could see the Saints going and getting a guy, in the 5th round, the 6th round. I really like the kid from Texas as a potential guy that you could groom into maybe a long-term backup like a Chase Daniel or something like that. But I really think the sweet spot for the Saints is 15 to 20, and I do think they have the draft capital to move up, maybe somewhere between 10 spots rather than almost 20 spots.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that. I mean, my original, and I'm still pounding the table for it. My original mock had them grabbing Joe Horn, but it depends how high they can get up, if indeed they find a trade partner at all. If they get into that 12, 13 range, I think Horn could and would be the guy. If it's a little bit lower, and Arizona at 16 is going to be the key here because they seem to be getting mocked for grabbing a cornerback too. If you get past, if J.C. Horn gets past 16, then you're sitting golden. But I think Greg Newsome is the more realistic target as far as the draft capital you can give up to move up to that 16, 18, 20 range. I think that's where Newsome will probably come off the board. I agree with what you, John, and Brendan both said. Horn is most likely going to come off higher than that, or lower than that, excuse me.
All right, well, good stuff. Any last thoughts or parting shots before we sign off and let the draft get underway?
I just start out by saying that, look, there's going to be a lot of appealing targets on day 2, day 3. So if they can't get their guy tonight, or if they don't get the guy, there are others. This is a very deep class when it comes to corner and linebacker too. Offensive line, that'll be something to see. I like tight end too. I think tight end's a possibility too, but in offensive line is obviously somewhere I think that they can definitely look at, and just the other things back in my mind is what we're going to find out over the next couple of days if they really have a plan to say bring back Quan Alexander or sign a veteran cornerback, because I'm going to tell you guys right now, cornerback seems like the popular pick, but I could also see him not taking one and then going bank on trying to bring in somebody like Sherman, Bashad Breeland, or Casey Hayward. I mean, they're just sitting out there and they're waiting for this draft process. So they're going to have to figure out some cap stuff to do that because they're really up against it right now, obviously, like a lot of teams. But look, nothing would really surprise me with this team. I would not be very happy if they got an offensive lineman tonight. If they took a quarterback, I'd be pretty disappointed too. Running back, I'd be disappointed. Anything else, I'd be fine with. But all the reports that are flying out of there, ever since this morning, I am just like on pins and needles right now. I'm just like nervous and stuff. Y'all, I'm holding it together as much as possible. So, but I'm going to enjoy it. So we'll be paying attention. Leave it to the Saints to always make it interesting instead of saying, oh, they're going to wait to 28 and we got to wait a couple hours to see what they're going to do.
Yeah. Bob, any last words?
A couple. As far as quarterback, remember, I called my shot early in the offseason when I said that I expected this team to sign Jameis Winston to a 1 or a 2 year deal. That happened, and for them to move up to get a quarterback. Now, I've cooled my jets in recent weeks, and now I personally, not that Sean Payton or Mickey Loomis are going to listen to us, but I personally, think that cornerback should and probably will be the way to go. But, man, if they get into that top 10, you watch to see how this plays out. It could very well be a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance or even a Mac Jones if he starts to slip. Now, folks, if they do get up that high, and Kyle and I were talking about this mere hour or two ago, if the target is a guy like Penei Sewell, I think that an offensive line pick would have the Saints timeline and media circles in shambles. But that also tells you that they either don't think that they're going to be able to sign or extend Ryan Ramczyk, or B, that a guy like Teron Armstead could be on the move as well. That'll also potentially free you up some salary cap space to go after some of those veterans that you mentioned. But otherwise, I agree with what you said, John. Cornerback and linebacker, they're two perceived areas of need. It's a deep draft. So, as long as they don't start giving away these draft picks, they can very easily get some quality players in rounds 2 or 3, or even on the third day of the draft. And pay attention to tight end too. I think that this is an underrated need for this team coming into the draft.
Yeah, watch the name like Trimble from Notre Dame. Go ahead, John.
I was just saying, I'm sorry if I'm going to steal your thunder, Brendan, but another sleeper one to keep an eye on if they trade in the top 10, Jalen Waddle from Alabama. I think that would be somebody to closely pay attention to. But, I know cornerback is probably where the tendency is, but again, Sean, and they need toys in this offense, and a toy like him would be nice. If they can't get him late, I mean, if they have to stay put, Kadarius Toney would be also a good one at 28, possibly.
Yeah, those are good guys, man. All right. Look, we got a tracker out there. So I got the tracker going on. We're going to have updates going on. If we hear any rumors, anything to that nature, we'll pop in. So you guys keep us on your dial and keep us in the on your URL or your stream or whatever you guys got on your cell phones. Hey, we will be back. I'm Kyle T. Mosley. That's John Hendrix, Bob Rose, and Brendan Boylan. Let's have a great 2021 in the NFL draft. Take care. Bye.
Gets it right for the New York Jets.
Hey guys, you can always go to www.saints.media. We're going to have some draft tracking going on, but we also have some articles about what's going on, the setup prior to tonight's draft as well. So you can read those articles. Go to www.saints.media for the latest in Saints news from John Hendrix, Bob Rose, Brendan Boylan, and myself, Kyle T. Mosley, as well as we got some info from Mike Detillier. Thank you.
Yeah, we just talked about how trade-ups are almost always for quarterbacks. Saints are one of the great examples of how that is not always the case. Trading up for Marcus Davenport for a cost of a future first-rounder a couple years ago, very memorable draft moment. I would not be surprised if the New Orleans Saints do something similar, go from the late 20s, maybe somewhere in the teens, maybe even the early 20s, to pick up, I'm not sure it's a quarterback here, but maybe a position of need like cornerback. Essentially, the way the Saints roster is, Andrew, they could line up right now with no issue except at left corner. There's really only two top-tier ones in the draft, Horn and Surtain, and then you have Caleb Farley, highly regarded, but the back injury, perhaps one of those guys, they might slip a little bit and get within striking distance. The Saints could be a team to come up and move.
Okay.
Get him up. Get him up. Sink. Good. Sink and get out. Nice. Get up on the toe. Drive through and up. Triple extend. Nice. I see you coming overhead. Try to stay up on the heel. Don't let that heel drop. The right one. Up. Good. Up.
All right, looks like the Jets fans about to go crazy and select Zach Wilson as their future franchise quarterback. If you didn't see, Jacksonville selected Trevor Lawrence. So 2 quarterbacks are going off the board. We will see if San Francisco and those guys can make it 3 in a row.
With the second pick in the 2021 NFL Draft.
All right, guys, just wanted to pop in for a second. Hey, Kyle. I think this is a valid conversation to have now. Kyle, is now that you see Pitts off the board, this is a division that has some great talent at the tight end level. You got obviously Gronkowski with the Buccaneers. You have Pitts now in Atlanta, and maybe not a tight end, but a guy that's going to be facing linebackers day in and day out, week after week, is Christian McCaffrey. So now all of a sudden, do you allow teams within your division and their decisions to impact if you find that coverage linebacker? Because Quan Alexander was just that for New Orleans last season. Obviously, the Achilles tear. I still personally believe he's coming back. He's been working out with Dr. Reef, who is just man, he's got Twitter famous for all those workouts with Alvin Kamara. So I do think there's a connection still there. I do think there's still a mutual interest there. But could the Saints look to a guy like JOK? I know that wasn't a guy that we were talking about earlier when we were talking about potentially trading up in the draft. That's a guy that I really like out of Notre Dame. And remember, he graded second in Pro Football Focus in coverage, not as a linebacker, but in general. He's just been that good in coverage. So do the Saints allow, again, teams in your division and the matchup nightmares that they now present to maybe dictate this pick a little bit if you're unable to get in the top 10? I think you're muted, Kyle.
It brings the conversation to the table, right? Mickey Loomis said on yesterday they have their contingencies just in case picks go certain ways. The Saints do understand that they need the cornerback, but you also have a good coverage guy that they've been kicking the tires on, in Jabril Cox, right, from LSU, who is more projected for the second round. That could be a situation where the Saints get up early in the second round to be able to make sure they get a Jabril Cox if they don't trade up into the first round, right? So, excuse me. So basically, Brendan, you look at JOK, you look at Nick Bolton, you look at Jamin Davis. All those guys have the ability to be sort of the hybrid between the linebacker safety, right? Someone who has sideline to sideline speed. I like Zaven Collins as well. He's more of a big prototype linebacker. And you heard yesterday also that Mickey Loomis talked about the fact that Sean Payton likes prototype linebackers. But let's look at what you had as a prototype linebacker, Alex Anzalone. Alex Anzalone never really materialized into the linebacker that could be able to do what they needed sideline to sideline. That's why they made the trade to get Quan Alexander from San Francisco. Quan Alexander fits so perfectly with what Demario Davis was doing. So both of those guys had the ability to do sideline to sideline. That's why the Saints only utilize two linebackers most of the time. And they had Malcolm Jenkins floating where he could have been that hybrid sometimes as a linebacker on run plays or get into the intermediate zones and filled up those zones against tight ends, larger tight ends, right? And guys to that nature. So the Saints have their options. Now they can also look at safety. You have a bigger safety as a person. Now, I know they were looking at the young man from TCU. He's a very good coverage guy as a safety as well. So there are some options out there. As far as dictating the draft, yeah, it makes you wonder. But I think the Saints' philosophy is just to be able to maintain what they believe was the best possible for their team, right? I still believe the priority is cornerback. I think you can find a solid coverage safety or linebacker in the second, third rounds. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, Jabril Cox, the big knock on him is his ability to play in the run game. There's no question of what he could do in the passing attack and what he's able to do as a defender. I had just tweeted moments ago that the FCS, they've produced good football. They produce studs at the next level. Can't forget about Jabril Cox, a guy who came from the FCS level. played 1 year at LSU. And I'm a big believer. I know there's a lot of people that say, there's concerns because they didn't play top-of-the-line talent. They were even saying that about Trey Lance. I mean, those guys, they produce excellent levels of football. There's a lot of former NFL players that end up on coaching staffs or even head coaches in the FCS, and these guys get a really good education in football before they come to the NFL.
Didn't Sean Payton play FCS?
Correct.
Yeah.
There's just a big knock on it, Kyle. If I'm just being honest, there's a huge knock because you don't see them, every Saturday when you're tuning into the national media coverage of it. Because they played in the spring, there has been a big conversation. Does the FCS move to the spring to get more national media coverage? And that'll be interesting over the next couple of years as well.
They've been saying that about the HBCUs as well, Brendan. And HBCUs have put in nearly 40 guys into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, right? And a football player is a football player. If you notice that the football player has production, they can be able to make and be a playmaker and make a difference on the team at the level that they're on. I don't think the Saints would have taken a flyer on Marcus Colston if that's the case, right?
Absolutely.
So if you look at what a player can do, that's more important in my opinion, and coaches can tell. I think coaches can really tell from the tape. The tape is more important than the pro days and the combines, right? The combines give you more a feel for the player and understanding the medical side of the player, because you could get that one-on-one and right there into understanding the player and do those interviews. But look at the tape. The tape doesn't lie. That's just what I've been told all these years.
It's true. And one of the best things I learned in terms of covering the game as an analyst at the FCS level is one of the best things you can do along with the tape is watch those guys from the sideline. Watch them warm up, because you can see the drastic difference in the guys that are – there's a reason you're at the FCS level. Maybe the talent's not there. And then you have those guys that you're scratching your head and you're like, why the heck are you here? And the biggest position is quarterback. Man, You can sit on the sideline. You can watch all three guys go through warm-ups, and you can pick out the guy that doesn't belong in FCS just because of the zip, how the drop back, everything, the mechanics, everything. And that goes for every single position. In linebackers, a weird one to evaluate straight out of high school. And that's why I decided to talk about Jabril Cox a little bit in his FCS. You look at Leonard out in Indianapolis with the Colts, South Carolina State, right? FCS school. He's one of the best to come out of that school in a little bit. But listen, linebacker's hard because there's guys that don't hit their growth spurts on time and they miss out that way. And also, if you haven't learned, there are some guys who just get stuck at high schools who don't play big-time opponents. And sometimes that can damage your reputation as well if you're not a team that's consistently competing in your regions, consistently competing in the state playoffs, or if you're just a guy who you are the only team in your region that goes to the state playoffs and you're playing guys that are just a lot smaller than you.
I graduated with a guy. His name is Neil Smith. He became a two-time Super Bowl champion with the Denver Broncos. Neil was he was a string bean. He was tall, lanky, but Neil was quick, fast, powerful, and he got to the football, but he was more a basketball player first. So Tom Osborne and those guys came to look for a quarterback. They were looking at our quarterback, LJ Tapp, but they kept on seeing this guy getting into the quarterback and affecting the quarterback and sacking guys. That was Neil Smith. Overnight, over that one season in Nebraska, Neil went from probably, if he was 200 pounds to 220, something to that nature, and pure muscle. So do you not think that the New Orleans Saints or these NFL teams will put some weight onto these guys with the strength and conditioning that they have? That's why when I heard you have a guy like Jamin Davis who ran a 4.37 as a linebacker, Brendan. So therefore, if you give him a little weight and put a little weight on him, he may go back to what, 4.4? 4.4, 4.5 with some pads on. That's still fast. That's still able to keep up with some of the running backs and tight ends that are in the league. So, man, I just think when people talk about what school you came from or how you weight, what's your weight now and all this other stuff, if a player is really worth his salt, they're going to put on the weight. If they're really worth their salt, they're going to be more strong. They're going to condition themselves to become stronger and be able to play the game at the level they need to play it at, right?
Absolutely. And I think the big thing to remember too, when kids get drafted, I say kids like I'm a whole lot older than them, but you have these guys coming out and they're 21, 22 years old. And I guarantee you when I was playing sports, when people, even my age now at 25 were in high school, there was no strict lifting routines. Guys were just in shape. They'd do a couple, curls, and that would be it. And you get to college and it becomes a little bit more strict, but you still have the freedom if you want to really add that weight. Now, some coaches will ask you to do that. Some coaches will just be like, this is the standard workout routine. Just do it every day. You don't get that one-on-one, hey, this is what we're going to do to really make you better sometimes. Now, you do that, get that at those giant schools, and maybe that's why some of those guys that go to the LSUs, the Clemsons, the Alabamas, maybe that's why they get a little bit more attention, because you can see that, wow, these guys put on weight, or wow, these guys are in the weight room every day. But it's a whole different ballgame when you go pro, and that's just what it is. Those guys get into the gym more. They have things that are –
well, they have better system. They have better resources. They have better food. They have better –
I'm going to say nutrition's a big thing too. In college, man, you eat whatever's at the calf every single day, right? You don't have someone going, here's your nutritional diet. This is how you eat. This is when you eat. This is what you do.
Brenda, look, football players at bigger schools have a different dietary program than the average student.
Absolutely.
Bottom line. Look, I just saw that LSU connection has reunited in Cincinnati. That would be Mr. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. Man. So Joe Burrow got his wish, got Chase to be the guy, instead of them going with Sewell, which would have been a good logical choice, right? You got to protect the quarterback. That's what I'm always taught, Brendan. What do you think?
You build from the inside out, right? And you start from the interior of the line and you move out. And watching the Cincinnati Bengals last season, I said it early in the season before Joe even got hurt. I said, this guy's going to get murdered.
Yeah.
And he did, week in and week out. And I had to commend the guy because he always got up. He was the front runner for Rookie of the Year before he got hurt. I mean, let's face it, Joe Burrow, he's a baller. And that's just what it is. But how many guys have we seen have their careers just completely derailed because of injuries? Because they don't
have the offensive line. They don't have the protection that they need. And you got to have all of that in the National Football League, right?
Now, I love the idea of grabbing an old college teammate. You already have some chemistry. You have a connection. But to your point, if you can't keep the quarterback off of his butt and he takes hit after hit after hit, those careers become shorter and shorter and shorter. You want the perfect example? Andrew Luck was a generational talent, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
He was going to be the best and most for sure number one pick since Peyton Manning. And we just saw him retire a few years ago because of the injuries after injury after injury, because they had the worst offensive line in football year after year after year. It didn't matter what was around him. And I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that's not the case for Joe Burrow. So hopefully in these later rounds, they get him some help. Obviously, like I said, grabbing a receiver, grabbing a really good receiver that your quarterback already has chemistry with, it makes sense. But that wasn't a giant glaring need. T. Higgins had a great season for them last year. He was the first pick of the second round in the last draft. I know AJ Green's getting older, but I felt like getting that solidified left tackle was going to be the thing to do for the Bengals.
Well, I can tell you this: Paul Brown and those guys, they have a different way of thinking. They've always been a strange outfit when it comes to how they pick players. And I think Burrow is going to have his opportunity. Hopefully, they are looking at some talent that they could possibly get into the second, third round. A guy like Leatherwood might be a good person to look at from Alabama for them. They may try to trade back up into the first round. You never know. But I just think right now, if Joe Burrow is going to stay upright, that's the only way you're going to win. You got to be able to stay upright, because I heard Torrey Holt talk about this, right? And Torrey Holt, Hall of Fame wide receiver, he said, even if you have the best quarterback and you have the best receiving core, if that quarterback is flat on his back, how can he get the receiver the football, right? And after a while, why would that quarterback feel safe if you can't get depth in the pocket, or you get the protection to feel like you can be able to get the ball down the field? In your back of your mind, you're going to always be counting down when I'm going to get hit versus counting down how can I hit the receiver.
Absolutely. And the other thing about the Bengals that a lot of people forget, remember, they gave Joe Mixon a big extension before the beginning of last season. And offensive line doesn't just dictate how you pass the ball.
How you run.
It's how you run the ball. And running the ball dictates how you pass the ball. The running game's always been the quarterback's best friend. Always. We've said that year after year after year. And you look at the years that the Saints have been good, especially under Drew Brees, maybe the last decade, they were able to run the ball well. So if Joe Mixon, who had a down year last year, is not able to run the ball effectively, and Joe Burrow is getting hit after hit after hit, I think a light bulb goes off in your head and says, should probably shore up that offensive line a little bit.
Well, let me ask this one question. If you look at Drew Brees, and people say, all right, Brees didn't have the strongest of arms when he first got to New Orleans. Plus, he had a repaired shoulder from a few months prior after that playoff game that they lost, right? And Dr. Andrews did his work. But what Sean Payton and those guys did was make sure that Drew Brees had some protection. That's how the New Orleans Saints were able to get into the NFC Championship the first season under Peyton and Brees, right? And they kept building that offensive line. When you build the offensive line, you had guys like Jari Evans, Carl Nix, and those guys, Jamal Brown, and those guys. You know, you had people who were protecting the quarterback. And Brees, I believe he was one of the least sacked quarterbacks with all the passing attempts, one of the least sacked quarterbacks in a decade. That goes to show you how important the offensive line is. Brees would not have been able to pass for over 80,000 yards in his career if he did not have an offensive. Well, with New Orleans was what, 60,000 or more, if he didn't have the protection that he needed. Okay,
well, that's absolutely true. And those guys were athletic. Every single guy in that line. You saw how great the screen game was over the years. Those guys knew how to get to the next level, block downfield. And the great thing about that, Kyle, is if you look at that Super Bowl team in 2009, that offensive line over the next 5 years, it changed. You had guys retire. You had guys out. And all of a sudden, boom, the Saints are still able to reload, and they were good to go for years to come after that. So I think getting that offensive lineman is huge. I feel like the Bengals missed the mark a little bit there. But like I said, they could always come back in the second round, third round, shore up some of that offensive line. But when you have a surefire best offensive lineman in the draft, like the kid from Oregon that was sitting there in your lap, it just surprises me a little bit that they went the other way.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Miami Dolphins. They selected Waddle and instead of Devontae Freeman. You know, so Waddle going to the Miami Dolphins, teaming him up with his old quarterback Tua. Bob, what you think?
I actually like the pick. I like Devontae a lot too. But we were hearing a lot of concerns with different scouts, especially in the last couple of weeks, about Devontae's slight frame, and questioning his ability to take an NFL pounding for a long period of time. I don't think that personally that's going to be an issue. But Jalen Waddle, man, he just has that world-class speed. I think it's a great fit with Tua. I love the fact that the last two teams have reunited receivers with their collegiate quarterbacks. Although when I jumped on, you guys were talking about how the Bengals should have went for a lineman. I absolutely agree with that. And frankly, if you're a Saints fan hoping they don't draft a lineman, you are hoping that they take Sewell off the board.
Yeah, I think the big thing with the Bengals, Bob, and Kyle and I were talking about is it goes past Joe Burrow. And you just missed that little bit of the conversation.
The Lions just picked Sewell. So Penei Sewell is now off the board. I apologize for interrupting. Go on.
Oh, no, that's great. Great to come in and update like that. I was just saying with Kyle, though, you look at the Bengals who just gave Joe Mixon a big extension before last season, and he had a down year. And I don't think it's because Joe Mixon's a bad back. I think he's a super talented back. That was a guy a couple of drafts ago who slid because of some off-the-field stuff, ended up being a guy that had a first-round grade. It was just some question marks about his character and whatnot, right? Well, there he is, Bengals, boom. They hit a home run with it. They get their running back. They're able to let go of Gio Bernard because that's how much faith they had in Mixon. He has a down year. What does that tell you? Well, you probably have some issues with the offensive line if your running back has a down year after just paying him a lot of money and you lost Joe Burrow for the season because of a torn ACL. So I think there was a lot of light bulbs that should have went off.
Yeah, even before that, like you said, Burrow was running for his life game after game. You felt like a catastrophic injury was just a matter of time when you were watching the Cincinnati Bengals play. Now, obviously, just like we said in our opening segment about the Saints, same holds true for the Bengals. Just because they didn't draft a lineman with their first pick doesn't mean they're not going to address it because they have high picks in every round after this. But when a guy like Penei Sewell is on the board, you already have some talent at wide receiver. You have Mixon at running back, like you mentioned. You have to protect your franchise quarterback. You just have to. I think we're going to see the Jaguars follow up. They have a pick later on in the first round. They're probably going to do just that. Pick up a lineman to help protect Trevor Lawrence. The Jets have had protection issues, quarterback issues, offense, defense issues, etc. for years. But you would expect that they would want to protect Zach Wilson. We already know that the 49ers, in picking Trey Lance, 49ers already have an accomplished offensive line. That's one of the reasons why they have been successful in recent years. Before that, their own rash of injuries last year. So there is definitely a blueprint for success in this league, and that is dominating the trenches, be it on the offensive side or defensive side of the football. Particularly when you have a young quarterback, you don't want him to get his brains beat out. Lord knows that's going to shake up his confidence. I don't care how confident a young man you are. You heard Booger McFarland mention it on the ESPN telecast. David Carr, when he was the first overall pick of the Houston Texans. I thought Carr was a terrific talent coming out of Fresno State. We never really got to see that because he never had time to set up. I mean, that defense was on him like that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with Joe Burrow, like you said, man, watching that game after game after game until he got hurt, I said, guy's going to get murdered. It's just a matter of time. And you mentioned they have great receiver talent too. I was telling Kyle, we had a conversation. T. Higgins, who was the first pick of the second round last year, had a really good year for them. I know A.J. Green's towards the twilight of his career, but I think A.J. Green, as a veteran guy, is still a good option, and he can certainly coach some guys up as well. So I understand reuniting the quarterback and the receiver, especially after maybe the greatest offense in college football history. But like you said, shoring up your offensive line to make sure that you get the very most out of Joe Burrow, and it's not an Andrew Luck type of situation. That's where I would, like we said, you could definitely address that, especially since you have high picks in the next couple rounds. But I'm just a little bit surprised to not see them go after the no question best offensive lineman of the draft.
Yeah, let's jump over to the Saints here. Now that the Dolphins and the Lions picks are off the board at 6 and 7, you have the Panthers, Broncos, and Cowboys to round out the top 10. I believe that it's a pretty safe assumption at this point that our New Orleans Saints are not going to be able to trade into the top 10. You're not going to swing. You're not going to make a deal with Carolina. You just don't see interdivision trades at this level happening. I think the Broncos are pretty content with pick number 9. And if everything we've been hearing about Dallas is true, and they are eyeing up the same position as New Orleans should be eyeing up at cornerback, there's your top 10 right there. Do you have any feeling or hope that the Saints will still be able to trade into the top 10?
I thought looking before the draft, the most logical spot would have been 9 with the Broncos, right? They just traded for Teddy Bridgewater. Mac Jones is falling. If that's their guy, then cool. They can go get their guy. But to have Drew Lock, Teddy Bridgewater, and Mac Jones on the roster, to me, just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. At that point, you just got to pick a guy, roll with it, and see what happens. I could see the Broncos doing something like that and working a deal out with the Saints if the Saints really want to jump in front of Dallas. But like we all said earlier, do the Saints really have the equity to do that? Do they really have the draft capital to do that? I don't think so. So I think if Dallas goes and takes one of those top 2 corners off the board, then you can look at 11, 12, 13 if you really want to make a move, and maybe J.C. Horn's still there and that's the guy that you want. That's a little bit more reasonable, but you're still going to be giving up a lot. Like I said earlier, I still think the sweet spot is 15 to 20. Got to tip the cap to Mickey Loomis because you did make phone calls. You did see what you could do. And whatever they end up doing, they feel is best for the organization moving forward. But it never hurts to pick up the phone. That's one thing I tell people all the time, whether it's in sports, whether it's in the business world. There's no harm in sending an email. There's no harm in picking up the phone and seeing if somebody's interested. And that's what the Saints did. They just did their due diligence, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to move up. Like I said, if there is a spot, I could see Denver doing that because they just need a lot of help in a lot of different places.
Gentlemen, J.C. Horn to the Carolina flipping Panthers.
That makes sense. I think that's early. I think that's extremely early to take J.C. Horn. But you know what? It makes a lot of sense for a team that also has a couple needs. They have Action Jackson on one side and J.C. Horn on the other. I think that really solidifies a defensive backfield, a youthful defensive backfield.
Yeah, and just like I tweeted this out right after the Falcons made their pick of Kyle Pitts. And of course, I was still pounding the table for the Saints to grab a cornerback. You look at the NFC South alone. You have Matt Ryan, Kyle Pitts, Ridley, and Julio Jones in Atlanta. You got Tom Brady, Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, AB in Tampa Bay. If we're looking from the Carolina Panthers perspective, you're going against Atlanta and Tampa, and you have Michael Thomas, Alvin Kamara, Deontay Harris, Marquez Callaway to deal with in New Orleans. So, yeah, I agree with what you said. There wasn't anybody projecting that the Panthers would take a cornerback here, but I think it's a good move on paper. They're still trying to rebuild a young defense, a defense that we saw firsthand against the Saints struggle twice last year. Horn, I had Horn rated higher than Patrick Surtain. I know you guys think I'm crazy for multiple reasons, but if both players were on the board, I would have personally taken Horn over Surtain anyway. But Surtain is still a franchise cornerback, and he is still out there if the Saints are still looking to make a move up.
Well, how about this?
Well, let me ask you this question then, Bob. I'm sorry, Brendan. So what should they have done? Should they have, like, I'm talking about the Panthers. Should they have gone offensive line? There's not really, other than the USC guy and the Northwestern kid, right? Then you go down to the second round. Leatherwood might be off the board. Like we were talking earlier, the Bengals may pick him up, right? So do they have a plan? Are they going to keep Sam Darnold upright? I'm just thinking logically, yeah, J.C. Horn is great, but for the Panthers, does that really bode well for a guy who suffered with some confidence issues when he was in New York? So why wouldn't you solidify protecting this individual?
Well, and again, we've seen Carolina ignore the offensive line throughout Cam Newton's career too. I mean, if that man wasn't as big and strong as he is, I'm talking Cam, he'd have been on the retirement line, limping through the retirement line a long time ago. So we consistently see the Carolina Panthers as a franchise that does sort of ignore the offensive line. They did bring in some linemen through free agency, if I'm not mistaken. They made a lot of moves on the defensive side of the ball in free agency. So again, if you're trying to rebuild that defense, J.C. Horn is a smart pick. But I agree with you, Kyle, and with what you were saying before, Brendan. You just made a move for Sam Darnold. Is still a very young quarterback. You have all those weapons, McCaffrey, DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson at the skill position. You need your quarterback upright to get him the ball.
I don't understand it. I'm sorry. I love Horn. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't understand the pick at that level, right? And you still have Justin Fields out there, man. Is it possible that Fields keeps slipping down the board, possibly into the second round?
I think it's crazy. Now, I did see a lot of national analysts project a fall for Fields, but being in the state of Georgia while he was in high school, covering some high school football in Georgia, and then even after he had committed to the University of Georgia, man, that is a special, special kid. And he showed on a national level how special he could be when Ohio State just depleted Clemson. In a game where I think a lot of people, including myself, had Clemson just steamrolling them. It was the exact opposite. I think Fields could definitely use a year to sit, but I think he has the potential to be a really special player in this league, especially how mobile he is. He's a lot more accurate than he gets credit for. And I'm a big fan of anybody that can sit there and just make plays. If you're a playmaker, you earn your spot in the league by doing that sometimes. And he's not only smart, he's not only shown leadership characteristics, but he's a playmaker and he makes big plays. So it's weird because I understood what Sean Payton had said throughout the offseason and the confidence of Jameis Winston. I understand that there was an offer for a longer-term deal for Jameis, and he chose to take the one-year deal as a prove-it deal. But what does it say about the organization? And Bob said it earlier, or maybe it was John that said it earlier. One of you two said it earlier. You don't have a quarterback under contract past this upcoming season. So maybe you really are a little bit more in the market, but you have to love a guy. And from what I understood with the reports, if there was a quarterback the Saints were going to go trade up and get, it was Mac Jones. Do I like Fields over Jones? Yes, but I could see Jones slipping more than Justin Fields. I think it's crazy that Fields is still on the board, and Denver's got a hard choice too. We talked about their weird quarterback room. You probably didn't expect Fields to be here at 9, and maybe that's the direction they're looking right now.
Well, the Broncos pick is in, and yeah, I've been seeing the same thing that you are. If there was a quarterback of these 5 or of the top 5 that was picked to slide, it has consistently been Justin Fields. And I don't get it. Yeah, we're forced to watch a lot of Big Ten football up here, and I've seen Fields scorch my Penn State Nittany Lions more than a couple of times. I think this kid is a gamer. Is still pretty raw, but man, so is Trey Lance. And I think Trey
really
Lance.
Raw.
What's that?
Really raw.
Yeah. And as far as that's concerned, Fields is a lot more seasoned than a guy like Trey Lance on the national stage. I don't think he's going to shy away from the spotlight at all. He's got a skill set I would love to build an offense around. He can make all the NFL throws. He is tough as nails. And I know he was surrounded by a lot of talent at Ohio State. But yeah, he made that talent go. I think whoever gets Justin Fields, if he steps into the right situation, he could be a terrific pro quarterback.
Look, the scrutiny that Fields was under, I don't get it. And no. I understand Mac Jones won a championship, but Fields could have won his championship. Sermon went down in that game. People keep on forgetting about that. And it was the defense that gave Ohio State problems. It wasn't the offense. The offense is still trying to move the football, So, I mean, he became one-dimensional in a big game, the third play into the game. So, I don't know, man. I just think you put Fields in the right situation with the right team, that could be able to sit him for a year or two. Saints could do that.
Yep,
right?
Absolutely. Patrick Surtain just went to the Denver Broncos.
Dallas scrambling.
I know Dallas is probably like, what do we do now? Is it going to be Newsom? Huh?
They could very well, because like I said on our show earlier this week, and even earlier tonight when we were talking, when we're kicking around cornerback prospects that the Saints could trade up for, Horn and Surtain, I think we were all in consensus. They are both legitimately top 10 picks. We've just seen them come off of the board. Now, if you're the Saints, I don't think I could see you maybe falling in love with a Caleb Farley or a Greg Newsome. And I love Newsome. I make no secret about that. But you don't really even have to be too concerned about that now until you get to maybe Arizona at 16. Because you got to believe that Dallas is not going to reach for one of those guys at 10. Farley is a top 10 talent, but those back injuries are scaring off a lot of teams, guys.
Look, a back injury, like a knee injury, like shoulder injury, could become chronic. It can become arthritic fast.
Yep. And
you don't need that from a cornerback. Now, modern day medicine can do a lot of wonders. So I don't know. Maybe they've kicked the tires, be able to check the medical and everything. But he had a pretty serious disc injury. So I don't know.
I'll take it a step further, though. You look at a guy like Todd Gurley, who had some ACL problems while he was at the University of Georgia. He comes out. He's one of the top running backs in the game for 3 or 4 years. And right now, where's Gurley? Sitting at home still waiting for a phone call for the next NFL team. And it came out that he had, some arthritis in his knees already. So anytime you're playing with injuries like that, you just never know. In the NFL, you have small windows. But when you draft a guy like Todd Gurley that high, or you want to take a guy like Farley in the first round, maybe the top 15 picks, you got to take into consideration with those injury histories, you might only get, opposed to maybe a 7-year prime, if you're really lucky, you might only got 3 or 4 years. And is that really worth spending a top 15 pick on?
Right. Look, man, and they ran Gurley hard and ran him into the ground. That's what happened, I don't know. Back injuries are very, very, you got to be very patient with a back injury. I know it because someone in my family got hit by a cement truck and their back hasn't been right since. So
lucky they're walking.
Yeah, lucky they're walking and talking, right? So anyway, all right, let's talk about what's happening in the NFC South. So, Bob, before you got on, Brendan and I were chopping it up. Kyle Pitts went to the Atlanta Falcons. Now, do the Saints do a chess counter move? Do they stay cornerback, linebacker, Joke, those type of guys, the hybrid guys, can they be able to find somebody to be able to cover that guy? We already know CD Deuce is up and willing and able, right? But let's he can't cover the guy on every play. So what do they do?
I think a hybrid linebacker, a great coverage linebacker, is certainly still an option. But again, you look through the division: DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, Chris Godwin, AB, Mike Evans, Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley. You have to go cornerback, because right now you're countering with a cornerback position that has Marshawn Lattimore. CJ Gardner-Johnson is one of the better slot guys in the league. So you have to factor that in. But do you really want Patrick Robinson, PJ Williams covering any of the guys that I just mentioned? Not if you want to be an above 500 football team, you don't. I think that they have to go cornerback here. Even if that means trading up in the top 15 to reach for a guy like a Greg Newsome, who was projected at 18 or 20. You don't want to call it a panic move, but if it's a position of great need and that's the guy that you target, then you need to pull out all stops, as we've seen Sean Payton often do. You need to pull out all stops to get him. That's if you feel confident in your guy. You could still conceivably let the board come to you. We profiled guys over the last few days. The two kids from Georgia, Eric Stokes, I'm a huge fan of. Tyson Campbell, they're projected early second-day picks, but could very conceivably sneak into the last part of the first round. A guy you and I love, Kyle, is Asante Samuel. He's a legitimate first-round talent. He would be a first-round pick in any other year but this one. You're not going to have to trade up and give away other assets to get those guys. You could let that board come to you. So I'll counter your question with that dilemma. What would you do if you're sitting at 28 right now and the board is unfolded the way it has?
Good question. I like Slater, man. And I know I'm being conservative in the pick, but offensive line keeps you winning. And I just know that the Saints have had availability issues with Andrews Peat. I know last year, Armstead, there was more the COVID-19, but he hasn't played a full slate of games his whole career, nor has Pete had. I don't think Hurst is the answer. He's a backup.
Not to interrupt you, Philadelphia just swung a deal with Dallas to trade up to number 10.
Isn't that something? And the NFC East guys trading with one another.
And we were just talking about
trying to get Devontae Freeman, probably.
This will be interesting because Philly was another team that a lot of people were projecting, J.C. Horn or Surtain to fall to at 12.
Yeah, I think they probably would go with Freeman, right?
I think they're showing Micah Parsons, the Penn State linebacker, up there now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was going to say receiver would make sense for Philly, especially with the guy like Jalen Hurts, and I really like Jalen Hurts. Last year's draft process, I was hoping the Saints would grab Hurts in like the second round, and that just didn't come to be. But it would make a lot of sense, especially to pair him up with maybe a former Alabama teammate. We've seen that be a trend so far as well.
I think Devonta does make a lot of sense here for that reason. And the different mock drafts that I'd see for Philadelphia at 12, if it wasn't cornerback, it was wide receiver. So certainly something to keep a watch.
Man, and get this. Cowboys just got the 12th pick, and then they got a third round next year. Not even a second round. Wow.
It's just so 12 to 10, I mean, you're just jumping one team. So who's at 11 that Philly's scared is going to take? Whoever they want.
Another NFC East team, New York Giants.
I thought the Giants were looking defense.
I think that they probably will. They could be looking offensive line too to protect Daniel Jones. They brought in like 2 or 3 wide receivers this offseason. So I can't see that being a pick at 11.
Huh.
The NFC East is easily the weirdest division in football.
It has been for a long time.
Yeah, the love-hate relationship.
Well, look, best available, you have Slater, Devontae Smith, Joke, Mac Jones, Micah Parsons, Justin Fields, Vera Tucker, Farley, Jenkins, Phillips, Darrisaw, Greg Newsome.
You got 2 Miami edge rushers, too.
David Collins. I'm sorry, which one?
You have your 2 Miami edge rushers, too. Rousseau and Phillips.
Yeah. Rousseau. Yeah, that's the next one. Yeah. Terrence Marshall still out there. Quitty Pay. Jamin Davis. Man, these are some good, talented guys still available. Rondell Moore.
Devontae Smith is the pick.
I told you. So that means if Devontae is going, what will the Giants do? Do they need another wide receiver to be able to help him? Daniel Jones? Or do they do offensive line, or do they do a pass rush?
I think the Giants go offensive line or defense here. Again, they brought in a few receivers this offseason, for Daniel Jones, their quarterback. So I don't understand why Philly felt the need to leapfrog New York to get a wide receiver, because you knew Dallas wasn't going to take a wide receiver either. Like I said, NFC East, man, their mentality has always been weird to me. All of them.
So they do need to rebuild the offensive line, right? They need defensive end. They need cornerback. So I guess they were concerned about the wide receiver. They do need help. They did bring, like you say, Galladay came in, but still, having a guy like Devontae Freeman to help stretch the field in the NFC East would have really been a plus for the Giants. But now Jalen Hurts has a weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, a really good one too. I know that Bob had talked earlier about Smith and some of the concerns with his size, only weighing in at like 160, maybe sopping wet 160. But listen, I mean, at the end of the day, Kyle, you and I talked about it just a little bit ago, is when you get to the league, there's more focus on your nutrition, your weights, and everything you're doing. I mean, anybody that thinks that this kid's going to stay 160 his entire NFL career, they're crazy. Now, he might still be underweight. He might put on 20 pounds of muscle, be at 180, and still be considered an underweight wide receiver. But the skill set is there, right? You don't go and win a Heisman by not being a talented individual, especially a wide receiver. That is a quarterback award, and we all know it. So to go out and as a receiver, be a multi-time national champion and be considered one of the top 5 receivers in your draft class. And honestly, he should have. If this guy was 200 pounds, right? If he weighed 40 pounds more, which I know is a big ask, if he weighed 40 pounds more, he's no doubt the best receiver, number 1 receiver on everybody's board heading in this draft. So the fact that there's that much concern on, can this guy put on the weight, to me is crazy. You put him in the right team, the right system, right nutrition, guy's going to be fine. He's going to be a true stud.
Traded 11th overall to Chicago.
Who's that?
Giants just traded number 11 to Chicago.
Chicago Bears.
Which is another team. They were sitting at 20. That was another team a lot of people were saying that Greg Newsome could go to.
They do need help.
Well, looking at the board going forward, with corner on the line and in the mind, we talked about Asante Samuel being a guy that could slip. But to me, I think the more interesting storyline right now is looking past Chicago the way that it stands. You have Dallas, You have the Chargers, the Vikings, the Patriots, Cardinals, Raiders, Dolphins, Washington football team, in New York. That gets you down to 20 after the trade. I can only see one team on that list right now that really needs a quarterback. And I would say New England is one of those teams. They just signed, Cam Newton to a 1-year deal, very similar incentive based to Jameis Winston's. But you still have 2 quarterbacks on the board in that magical top 5.
Well, look at this. Bears need a quarterback too. I know they signed Andy Dalton, but they still need to have somebody. I don't know, was Andy Dalton's, was that a 1-year deal, guys, or 2 years?
I believe it was. I believe it was. If it was a 2-year deal, then it was an opt-out option, option year for the player in year 2.
So could Mac Jones be the player that they like? Ryan Pace is a guy from the New Orleans Saints system, right? Could that be the guy that they like, or is it Justin Fields?
I mean, it could very well be either kid. But you figure all reports have that entire Bears front office and coaching staff fighting for their jobs right now. And I don't know why, frankly, because they overachieved to get to the playoffs last year with an offense that wasn't very talented at all. But if the front office and the coaches feel like that they are going to get a year or so of patience from ownership, then you have to look to upgrade your offense. The top 3 receivers are gone, and you've just traded to 11. So I don't think you reach for a receiver here. I think unless you're going to reach for a guy like Greg Newsome or Fairley here at 11, which I don't put it past possibility, I think you've got to go quarterback to inject some life into that offense. You let Dalton take the reins, take the team for a year. Veteran presence. You have guys like Allen Robinson and a couple talent, Tariq Cohen. You have some offensive talent still there. Brendan, if you're thinking quarterback here, I can't say I disagree with that logic.
Yeah, I think when you look at Chicago and where they were at 20, the only team they really had to get ahead of if they wanted a quarterback was New England, because I do think New England is going to get a quarterback. So whether it's Jones, whether it's Fields, maybe that's the decision they're making. But I do want to touch on this. Could you imagine Justin Fields going to New England? Not nearly as big, but talk about style comparisons in terms of being mobile quarterbacks. Having Cam Newton there as a mentor would just be a dream for a guy like Justin Fields up there.
Yeah, but I don't know how much mentorship he's going to get from Cam.
That's fair. I mean, Cam's still fighting to be a starter in this league. Do I think Cam's a starter in the league? Absolutely, I think Cam Newton's a starter in this league. Do I think that some of the injuries, some of the, I don't want to say off the field issues, but maybe some of the attitude things that we've seen over the years kind of hindered that? Sure. But I think Cam Newton, man, he's a one-of-a-kind talent. I've never seen somebody that big, that fast, with the arm that guy has, play well at the quarterback position and win an MVP. So I think he's a starter in the league. I'm a little surprised that New England brought him back, but this is a chance to prove that, hey, this guy can get back to that 2015 kind of level, maybe not to that degree, but still be, a dangerous guy.
Well, yeah, and Newton's deal is a 1-year deal similar to Jameis Winston. So even if New England drafts a quarterback, you would think that quarterback is not ideally going to see the field in 2021. So Newton has an opportunity to prove that he still can be a viable starter in this league with eyes towards a bigger contract and a more guaranteed starting position elsewhere in 2022.
Well, look, guys, injuries can also accelerate that process, right? So I recall a guy named Drew getting injured and a guy named Tom coming in to lead a team to the Super Bowl, right?
Indeed.
A 6th-round pick.
You never know.
Bears select Justin Fields. There you go, baby.
Man, for me, he was my number 3 quarterback. So to see him go 11th is a little wild. I love that the FCS kid went number 3, big FCS school guy. But no, Fields at 11 is a value. It's like an A+ grade for me. What did the Bears end up giving up outside of obviously the 20th pick? Or are we still waiting for that?
Haven't shown the graphic yet.
Yeah, I don't think Justin Fields looked too happy either that he slid that 4 down. But he's a good kid, man. I think Ryan Pace, they did a good selection. I think that's somebody he can sit under Andy Dalton for a year, or if they need him to come in, just like Jalen Hurts did. Hey, he has that possibility. Give him a few. Man, he still has a good arm, man. I just think Justin Fields is underrated, and he was.
I absolutely do. I said about 2.5 years ago that I thought Justin Fields was right up there with Trevor Lawrence, and I think since then Lawrence kind of separated himself from the rest of the pack. But if you gave me the New York Jets quarterback at pick at number 2, I'd have and you told me I had to take a quarterback with it, I'd have taken Justin Fields over everybody else.
Yeah,
I mean, I have confidence in this kid.
Yeah, his production, I can't say, and at the level he had to face on a week-by-week basis is what I would have looked at over Zach Wilson. But Zach is a good kid. We'll see how he does in New York. But Justin Fields, I just believe he was better than he was. All right, so there's some surprises, not too many shocks, though, right, guys?
No, not really. I mean, Fields to the Bears and Philly moving up 2 spots just to get a receiver that probably would have been there at 12. Are the 2 biggest surprises to me. J.C. Horn going 8 to the Panthers actually my biggest surprise.
I think that is the surprise so far. Could you call it a reach? Maybe. But as we said, I mean, the Panthers were a team with a lot of needs defensively. I mean, you talked about the weapons across the NFC South, but I mean, when you're facing Matt Ryan, who I think is a future Hall of Fame quarterback, when you're facing a guy like Tom Brady, who's the GOAT, and then you have Jameis Winston, who is a guy who's looking to have a bounce-back season, but has proved he is a Pro Bowl caliber type of quarterback when he has the talent around him. So, I mean, you got to have guys to cover those receivers. So it makes a lot of sense to me. A little bit of a reach. As the board continues to fall, though, I'm having less and less confidence that the Saints will move up. And with that being said, you're going to see potentially a linebacker that you like at 28. You could see Asante Samuel Jr. at 28. The only thing that would maybe even spark the idea is, and we talked about it earlier, Mac Jones was the quarterback that it seemed like the Saints had an interest in, and Mac Jones continues to fall. And like I said, I think 15 to New England is the one that makes a lot of sense when you're going through just kind of the rest of the way. You're going to get less and less teams that need a quarterback. The other thing to watch is, and I don't know if it's going to happen tonight, but Aaron Rodgers wants out of Green Bay. Yep. And there's going to be some teams that make that push. And I could imagine that the Packers don't want to trade him within the NFC. And I could see an AFC team that had a number 12 just a couple years ago lead them to a Super Bowl, take another number 12 and a future Hall of Famer, and maybe swap, Cam Newton over. I don't know how it would work, but I could definitely see Aaron Rodgers in a Patriots uniform. I just don't know if that's going to happen tonight.
Man, that'd be an interesting one. We know how petty Bill Belichick could be. He would give Aaron Rodgers Tom Brady's 12. I would.
It would happen. It would definitely happen. But yeah, like I said, I mean, those are just things to watch for. I think the quarterback thing is every draft. That's the thing that you watch for. If you're a Saints fan, you're seeing defensive backs go off the board. The nice thing, though, if you're a Saints fan, you still want that corner, you potentially want the Saints to be able to trade, is you're at pick 12. I think Dallas traded back because maybe they feel like, oh, we could still grab a Greg Newsome or a Farley here. But I think the one thing is you're seeing more DBs come off the board, which means maybe the Saints aren't going to have to reach to get that guy. And maybe they're a little bit more content just seeing the board play out. Because if, let's just say, Newsome is the pick here by Dallas, I don't see the Saints trading up, grabbing a guy like Farley with that injury history that we talked about if he's going to continue to slide.
Health America, to support resources for those that need it.
I hate that. I hate everything about that man, right down to his voice.
Hearing the boos again, that was one of the most normal things that I've experienced through the COVID years. Wow, commissioner's getting booed. Things are coming back to normal, guys. Slowly but surely.
Micah. I always feel bad when I have to hate someone from Penn State because they go to an NFL team I despise.
Well, let's see how this makes sense for Dallas, right? They just lost Sean Lee, who personally, when healthy, I thought was one of the better middle linebackers in football. The dude just could not stay healthy. I felt like he tore his ACL every fourth game of the year. And, I mean, I felt genuinely bad for the guy. I know that you have Van Der Esch there, Jalen Smith as well, but I think it makes a lot of sense to get a linebacker. Dallas is an odd team. You know, you want to talk about teams, and Kyle has really harped on the whole grabbing offensive linemen and building that offensive line. Remember how good that Dallas offensive line was like 3 or 4 years ago and how it's just evaporated and vanished before our eyes?
Injuries. But 3 of those guys are returning from injuries this season. I don't know if they're going to still be at the same level, though. You know?
And you just gave Dak a lot of money. I know Zeke just had a bad year, but that would have made sense to me as well because they are loaded, I think, with different weapons for Dak Prescott. It's just about making sure he doesn't get injured in a way like he did last year. Defense was horrific for the Cowboys last year, though. So I understand the linebacker pick. I understand not reaching for a defensive back as well. But you already traded back once. Would it really be that much of a reach to go get a guy like Newsome, in your opinion, Bob? Because I know you love the kid.
I like Micah Parsons a lot. I like what he's going to bring to Dallas, and the pick of him makes sense. But honestly, just as we were sitting here talking and waiting for the commissioner to make his announcement, I honestly thought that they were going to draft Greg Newsome or Caleb Farley. I realized it would still be a reach according to mock and projections coming in. It would have still been a reach for Newsome at 12. Would not have been a reach for Caleb Farley 2 weeks ago. Before more came to light about his back injury. I think, like you were saying, if you're a Saints fan or if you're in that Saints building and you're thinking that you want one of these top cornerbacks, as you see them start to tumble a little bit, you're probably throwing your fist through the air when Horner Surtain came off. But it wasn't necessarily a surprise that when they came off of the board. So now you sit and you look at Chargers coming up at 13, Vikings at 14. I think that they have other needs to fill with their pick. That Patriots pick is just going to be interesting. You have Mac Jones still sitting there. At a New England franchise that historically trades back, sometimes multiple times in that first night. I can't see New England. They are in desperate need of wide receivers, but I can't see them reaching for a wide receiver at 15. So are they willing to trade back for a guy like Terrace Marshall, Kadarius Toney, if they feel confident with Cam going forward? Or the Patriots have also been rumored to be shopping both of their starting cornerbacks. If they're that serious at getting rid of him, either McCourty or J.C. Jackson, if they're that serious about getting rid of one or both, they could be in the play for play for a Newsome or a Fairley. Yeah, so many things could happen with 15 here.
Well, I think that's the thing to watch, because I know at 16, Arizona desperately needs a cornerback, obviously losing Patrick Peterson. So that was always my gut, is if the Saints were going to make a move, they had to jump above Arizona if they wanted the corner. So 15 is going to be interesting to watch, because, as you said, a team that desperately needs a wide receiver, do they feel confident being able to swap back to 28 and feeling they could grab a receiver there? I think New England would make sense as a trade partner for New Orleans. But as I said before, if you're New Orleans, I'm kind of liking the way that this is playing out as well. If you want to grab that linebacker, if you're comfortable with a guy like Asante Samuel, and you want to keep those picks tomorrow.
Well, and what do you think, Kyle? Because you mentioned it the other night that New England and New Orleans have historically made a lot of different trades. For that matter, Minnesota sitting at 14, and New Orleans has too. Where can you see New England going at 15?
Look, man, I think New England needs everything, to be honest with you, right now. And they're a team that, if people don't want to say it, I'm going to say it. They need to restock right now. But how do you pass up a guy like, let's say, Terrace Marshall or Tony or someone to that nature? Cam had no one to really pass the ball to. N'Keal Henry has not materialized to be that star wide receiver like he was in Arizona, right? So Arizona State, I'm sorry. So I think New England can trade out and get somebody like Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore, or somebody to that nature, if they want an impact wide receiver in the bottom half of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
So Bill is always ready to make a deal. Let's see, could he be able to make a deal with Mickey Loomis and Sean Payton? Because that is a prime spot that they may not want to lose the opportunity to get the cornerback. Because let's see, you got the Vikings and Chargers, right?
Yeah.
Chargers are up next, then the Vikings. Now, the Vikings, I know they brought in Patrick Peterson, but Pat is long in the tooth. Could they look at a guy like Newsome, right?
They could, but remember, over the previous 2 years, I think they brought in like 3 or 4 different cornerbacks. And they worked 1 or 2 picks, but they haven't panned out. You're right.
There you go. They haven't worked, man. So they still might be in play when it comes to a cornerback. So if you have a guy like Newsome that falls in your lap, he's right from that area, why not?
I just think they have bigger needs than defensive back. This is a team that.
What needs do you see, Brendan?
Well, I think you saw it a little bit, and I mean, it's not something you go and you address in the first round. The first thing that pops in my mind is you need somebody other than Cook to make some plays for you. I think receiver is a spot they could still go and find a guy opposite of Justin Jefferson, who was just phenomenal last year for them. I could see them try to shore up the offensive line, which has been a big talking point.
Yeah, that's more of an issue.
I think so. I mean, Adam Thielen's been great for them, but I still think they just need. I feel like they're like an offensive piece away, and I'm not sure if that's the quarterback position or not. And then defensively, yeah, DB is definitely a spot they could use. I think defensive line is as well. I just don't think there's a top defensive line prospect where you feel like you're not reaching too much. So DB does make sense, but the trenches I would say is where they need to really focus. But like I said, I don't know if there's a guy on either side of the line that you feel comfortable taking and not reaching for.
A lot of mock drafts had the edge rushers starting to come off at around 14 to Minnesota, which is certainly a need for them. Kwity Paye or Jalen Phillips specifically. I think the Chargers go offensive line here to protect their young quarterback.
So Kwity Paye could possibly go to the Vikings.
I can absolutely see that. Kwity Paye or even Jalen Phillips. Minnesota's always loved University of Miami guys. So
interesting. Look, man, I really like all of these offensive linemen. Slater, the kid from USC, the North, they can be able to come in and help a team like the Vikings, or the Chargers. So have the Chargers decided to go interior or on their line? We'll see.
They went Slater.
They went Slater? See?
Yes, sir.
And that makes sense. And honestly, when you look at Justin Herbert, I thought he was a really interesting guy going into last year's draft, because if he declared a year earlier, he's like the consensus number one quarterback. Right. He goes back to school for another year, and I don't think he really hurt his draft stock. I just think Joe Burrow was great, and there were some other quarterbacks that had great seasons, and he put himself in a weird draft class with Burrow and Tua. But I really liked what he had to offer, even though he didn't have a great junior season. Like I said, he would have easily been the number one pick. So I think the Chargers finally have a franchise guy. I know you could say Rivers was, and for sure he was, but not at the back end of it. Oh, Bob, that's going to be an interesting conversation. So is Phillip Rivers a Hall of Famer?
Phillip Rivers is one of the most overrated players to ever play the position of quarterback.
All right.
Flat out.
I'll tell you this much. Phillip Rivers was one of the best value fantasy quarterbacks over the last 10 years than anybody. And I think, like, statistically speaking, you have to go, the numbers are there for him to be in the Hall of Fame.
Brendan, he will be in the Hall of Fame because of the numbers. But the man wasn't a winner. He was a chuck it and pray guy. And he would have never seen the field if it wasn't for Drew Brees shredding his arm and the front office for San Diego.
Being dummies. Those guys were not smart.
No, and thank God they were so stupid. But I'll stand by this until my grave. You guys have heard me say many times that there are only one or two quarterbacks in the league currently that could have ever played in any other era, even 15 years ago. Phillip Rivers certainly couldn't. Tom Brady couldn't. Aaron Rodgers couldn't. Not to say that those guys won't be in the Hall. They're very good for our current era. But Tom Brady is not the GOAT because he would have never made it in the NFL and never any other era. Same with Aaron Rodgers. To me, the greatest of all time translates to how does your game compare to other eras? For example, are you going to tell me that a Gale Sayers wouldn't be successful in today's NFL, or a Randy Moss wouldn't have been successful back in the 70s? It's those kind of difference-making players.
Randy Moss would have been successful in any generation.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. And I have to agree, Jerry Rice would have been successful. Walter Payton would have been successful. Yeah, Jim Brown.
Trades to the Jets, excuse me.
Who's that?
Minnesota trades 14 to New York Jets.
Oh.
So the Jets moved from 23 up.
Now, remember, a lot of people were thinking the Jets could be a trade partner for the Saints.
Right.
Well, I really liked what Mel Kiper had to say at the beginning of the ESPN telecast tonight about the Jets and what he felt was kind of just a parallel move to move on from Sam Darnold and get Zach Wilson, because Darnold needed help. And he had the number 2 pick, and potentially being able to trade back and have a team that wanted a quarterback trade. You accumulate more picks, and then you're able to take those picks and help a young quarterback. But instead you ship the young quarterback off to take a young quarterback. And you don't feel like you've lost anything, but you don't really feel like you've gained anything either. So trading, having that 23 pick and being able to trade to 14, at least you're helping Zach Wilson, something that they never really did with Sam Darnold.
In theory, unless they go defense here.
It still helps a young quarterback, because if your defense is a little bit better, you're not going to have to maybe sling the ball 50 times to stay in ball games. But, I kind of agree with that. I'm not saying Sam Darnold is just like great, going to be the savior of the Carolina franchise, but I think for the first time, he actually has some offensive weapons around him. Robbie Anderson, and I might be getting my timetables mixed up, but he played with Robbie Anderson for a little bit in New York.
He did.
Robbie Anderson, I was one of the guys I wanted the Saints to grab last offseason. They ended up going to Emmanuel Sanders. DJ Moore is there in Carolina, and he's got Christian McCaffrey. Now, the offensive line, we talked about a problem, but that's already those 3 guys are more talent than Darnold has ever had with the Jets. But now the Jets, like I said, are just doing kind of this, and they're not going up, they're not going down, they're just kind of staying where they're at. So I like them trading up.
Okay, so you just signed your franchise. Well, you just picked your franchise quarterback. What do you do next? You still have Vera Tucker available. You still have Jenkins available. You still have Darisaw available. What do? Do you keep with the common sense to say protect the quarterback?
I think so. I mean, I said it in one of our roundtable articles. I remember 2006, New Orleans Saints are on the board. They had just recently signed Drew Brees, and my dad, who has seen more Saints games than anybody I know, was very sold on the Saints using the number 2 pick on DeBrickashaw Ferguson rather than Reggie Bush, with the logic of let's protect the guy who just shredded his shoulder that we signed to a long-term contract. Now, obviously, they went Reggie Bush, and that worked out perfectly fine, but that's always been the logic instilled in me, even when I played football. And I've shared this before on the show before. I know I'm nice and thinned out now, but I played offensive line in the middle school and high school days.
Wow.
You have to you have to do that. You have to protect. You got to protect your young guy, especially when you're putting that kind of money into the 2nd overall pick of the draft. So to me, it makes sense. However, you look at the New York Jets, and they're just a dumpster fire as it is. They need help everywhere. But if you need help everywhere, typically you're staying put or you're trading back and you're grabbing multiple picks to help build your team. So there's obviously someone that they really like here that they feel a need to go get. Maybe not an offensive lineman. Maybe it is. But Kyle, you've talked about that logic all night long. Protecting a youthful young quarterback is the key to success in the NFL. So that's what I would do. It's hard when you have a team that has that many holes. That's where it gets hard to project.
Look, man, Jets can use some help on defense, but I think you have some really good, talented guys that are available that can help at the guard or the tackle position for the young guy from BYU. So go ahead and select the guy that's going to keep him upright, who's going to be there to protect him and be able to keep him as well as the running game moving forward, right?
Because that's something I want to talk about too.
Salah
Frank Gore was a rusher.
Huh?
I was going to say that with the running game as well, you have a guy like Frank Gore who was like the team's leading rusher. You need a running back as well. I think trading up to 14 is quite the stretch. You'll get a guy like Harris or Travis Etienne. But that's something to pay attention with the Jets in the second round as well, is can they get a guy, can they get the quarterback and running back combo in the same draft? We talked about the Chargers a little bit, very similar to 2001 when they were able to go LaDainian Tomlinson, Drew Brees. Can the Jets kind of mimic something like that in the second round and grab a running back?
You don't think they'd reach for a running back at 14, do you?
No, I was saying we were talking offensive line makes a lot of sense here if that's what they want to go do, and then go grab that running back in the second round, because as much as I love the Frank Gore story, the fact that Frank Gore has played this long in the NFL and he was the team's leading rusher last season just tells me there wasn't a lot of youthful talent on that team, or that Frank Gore is a lot better at his age than any of us thought he was. And it could have been a mixture of both.
It's a little bit of both. They went the USC offensive lineman, gentlemen. Kyle, good call on that one.
I really like that kid because he's a swing guy. So, yeah. I'll be right.
I think it makes a lot of sense for the Jets. Obviously, what they gave up to move up 9 picks will really dictate how good of a pick that is. But listen, the best things to do for a young quarterback, and while you were gone, sharing with Kyle back in 2006 when the Saints had just signed Drew Brees, they had the number 2 pick of the draft. I remember to this day my father wanting to bring Shaw Ferguson, because he said we have to protect a guy who just shredded his shoulder that we just paid a lot of money to. So that makes logical sense. Makes a lot of logical sense. And that's kind of been instilled in me over the years, along with playing offensive line in middle school and high school, is you got to keep your guy upright, and especially when it's a guy that has that kind of talent. So it makes a lot of sense. But I also, like I said, they need a run game. They have a lot of holes on that team. I described them as a dumpster fire while you were gone. But they really are. They have so many needs. And it's hard to put a young quarterback into that situation. But the best things you can do is solidify the O-line, give them a little bit of a running game. And I think it's a deep receiver class. I think the Jets could really set themselves up for the next couple years with this draft class. My prediction is going to be this. My bold prediction of the night. It's going to be kind of bold prediction for tomorrow night, though. The Jets going Travis Etienne in the second round.
I can see that. And listen, I don't expect the Saints to get them because they don't need to. But there's a lot of running backs that I like in this class. Etienne, I mean, how could you not love that kid? Najee Harris is a beast. I think he's probably going to be a first-round pick tonight. Trey Sermon is most likely going to be a mid to late second day 2 pick. I love Trey Sermon at Ohio State. Both North Carolina running backs, and Kylan Hill from was it Mississippi or Mississippi State? Mississippi State. I love Kylan Hill. So the Jets indeed need to get a running back out of this draft. And I think that they'll be able to pick a receiver or two through day 2 and day 3 as well. And we have the New England Patriots pick is in, my friend.
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones here? I think so too.
That's my guess.
Too. Have I mentioned that I hate that man?
Maybe once or twice. Since the time that I've known you, definitely more than once or twice.
If something ever happens to him in the Western Pennsylvania area, I hope I have an alibi. That's all I'll say.
You're gonna make Kyle do a spit take, man.
Wouldn't be the first time.
He does not mean it. National Football League. He's just joking.
Joking.
Joking. He's joking. That is not a personal threat on the livelihood of the person.
No.
All right.
I'd like to make him cry.
You got to sound more convincing. This is not the forum for that, Bob.
Mac Jones. Okay, I don't wish him bodily harm. I want to make him cry.
Mac Jones.
Makes
Logic.
sense.
Logic.
Makes sense.
Right.
Makes a lot of sense.
Okay. So, who's left, guys?
Well, we have Arizona as a prime spot to take Newsom, I think, or even Fairley.
I think so, either one. And then after that, New Orleans might have to make a decision. Looking at how it goes forward, the Raiders, the Dolphins, the football team, the New York Giants, Colts, Titans. I don't see a lot of spots that could really go corner on that list where that's maybe their top need.
Titans, maybe.
Maybe the Titans. But like I said, the way that it's kind of –
Now, the Raiders need a corner.
They could, like who we just mentioned before, the Vikings. Similar to the Vikings, the Raiders have grabbed like 3 of them in the last 2 years, but none of them have panned out. Plus, they're the Raiders, so they're the biggest wild card of every year's draft.
And they could use an edge rusher as well. We kind of talked about that with the Vikings as well. The Raiders could definitely use an edge rusher. And the thing that sticks out in my mind about that, I think it was a quote from either the Raiders or the Bears about Khalil Mack before that trade happened, and saying, this is one you don't find these guys every day, da 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 da. And then Khalil Mack goes and has a killer first season in Chicago, and they really haven't been able to replace that. Now there is no replacing a guy like Khalil Mack, but they haven't even got close to replacing that production in Las Vegas. That's an interesting team moving forward as well. I think there's a lot of question marks with them, but I think that's also a team where, like, you saw them beat New Orleans in week 2 and you thought, this team has a lot of promise. I still like Derek Carr. I know a lot of guys kind of lost faith in him, but I still like him as a quarterback, franchise quarterback moving forward. Waller is a fantastic tight end for them. It's a team that's a little confusing because you see a lot of promise, but can they deliver? What's the missing piece there too?
And you got to think defense. If you're the Raiders, like you said, when we saw them take New Orleans to the woodshed in week 2, they beat Kansas City once, should have beaten them again. They were right. They were in the mix for a playoff hunt up until the next to last week, even with holes through that defense. But for the Raiders, you just mentioned it. And I was going to say their front 7, but they actually played decently in the linebacking core last year. Although our boy JOK from Notre Dame, I could see him in a Raiders uniform. They got to put pressure on the passer, though. That's where they're coming up short.
And they do have some needs in the secondary. I don't think it is as big of a need as getting a defensive lineman, an edge rusher. If I'm not mistaken, it was Eric Harris who spent a little bit of time with the Saints in his career. He had 2 defensive touchdowns last year for them as their starting safety. He had a really good year out in Las Vegas.
Yeah, he did. I mean,
Eric Harris, former CFL guy.
Oh, yeah.
Spent a little bit of time in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Where do you guys think Cardinals go here? You think Newsom will be the guy?
I think it's one of the DBs. Farley's going to be the interesting one, right? There's always one prospect every year that is this guy going to fall? And if so, how far is he going to fall? And I hate it for anybody who is 21 years old, expecting to be drafted, and then something comes out late in the process that just makes you plummet. Now, the only positive side to that, if you're the kid, is whoever picks you really has some belief in you. All these other teams said, I don't trust his back, or I don't trust this, or I don't trust that. And there's that one team that said, you know what? We're going to take that risk, and we believe in your talent. And I think that makes a lot of people feel good. But every year there's a guy like that. Thinking back in memory, Lyle Collins a couple years ago, the tackle from LSU, was a first-round pick that went undrafted because of the things that kind of happened really late in the process. You had
well, that was
Laramie Tunsil was a guy,
but that was misinformation,
right?
Yeah.
That wasn't necessarily injury. It's just things that kind of happen to guys late in the process. Like I said, Laramie Tunsil was another one with the social media post. Things like that. I mean, I'm not saying that they all compare the same way, but I do genuinely feel bad for people when things kind of come out very last minute, whether it's injury, whether it's something that happened in your past, and it makes you plummet in the first round, or in like Lyle Collins' case, you go from being a guy who should have been a top 10 pick to not even getting drafted.
Bob, you think Zaven Collins is on?
He's I would love to say that I think, but it's already official. He is the pick.
So how do you feel if you're, how do we feel now? Because Bob and I both said, and Kyle, you agreed with us, that the biggest threat in perhaps taking the defensive back that the Saints wanted was going to be there at 16. And now you're past 16, and you have two guys on the board that we have all said at some point you could definitely see in the Saints uniform. So if you're the Saints, you are, 11 picks away? Are you going to sit tight at 28? Are you going, okay, here's our opportunity, let's go?
Well, who's up next?
Raiders.
No, they just took Zaven, right?
No, that was Arizona took Zaven.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Raiders are up next.
So the Raiders, Dolphins, Washington, Giants, right?
Yep,
that's correct.
Raiders probably the Dolphins might be likely to trade out of 18.
They could. I mean, they were advertising. They were dangling both first-round picks. Just last week. Taking offers, so they could be a prime trade partner.
Now, remember, with one of my mocks, I had the Saints trading up with the Dolphins, and then the Dolphins and the Saints swapped the first round, and the Saints gave the Dolphins a third round for the following year, and a third or fourth rounder for this year. But it was a trade that was accepted by PFF. Could that be something the Saints do?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Because it's they're not giving up that much. We already know that they feel very strongly that 8 draft picks are going to be hard pressed to make this team, because of their depth. And again, and you guys were talking about it before. Mickey Loomis was preaching quality over quantity, especially when you're at this level of a franchise. There's no need to take a shotgun approach and spray out and you're thinking you're going to hit something. You be very focused with your approach. And that's what I always call it. So again, if you really, at this point, you got to think, and I keep going back to cornerback. Do you value Greg Newsome and/or Caleb Farley that far above Asante Samuel, Eric Stokes, Tyson Campbell? If you value them that far above, then the way this board is playing out, you got to love it. But you still have to consider moving up to where the Dolphins are sitting, to above where the Titans are sitting, because I think the Titans are prime candidate. If you don't value Greg or Caleb that much higher than Stokes, Asante, Elijah Molden even, or Tyson Campbell, then you're sitting there and now you're not talking about 2 cornerbacks that you hope will be there. you've increased that to 5 or 6 prospects with what you say, 11 picks to go. I like my chances, and I'm thinking I don't trade up at that point.
Well, the other thing would be this, to kind of just throw another wrench into it, is we were all really high on JOK. I know that, Kyle, you've been really high on Jamin Davis.
Mm-hmm.
You do have 2 third-round picks and then the 60th pick in the second round. Do you consider seeing how the board's playing out? If there's, like Bob said, if there's a handful of corners you really like that are sitting there at 28, do you take your linebacker and then package some picks and get back into the top half of the second round and take a guy like Asante Samuel, Eric Stokes, etc.?
Well, look, man, I think whatever pick you have, it has to be somebody who has the ability to handle these bigger wide receivers. And that's, Lattimore is still a short guy, but Jackrabbit was short too. But you did see that Mike Evans was able to take advantage at times, in a couple of games. Or you saw Julio took advantage. You need somebody with some length in this league to be able to go up and up with one of those guys. Then you have the speed of a Calvin Ridley to be concerned with. You're going to see him twice. I just think, and now you got Antonio Brown to contend with, right? So, yeah, the Saints need a cornerback, someone who could be able to come in, who is fast enough, who could be able to make up ground. And the one guy I saw who was able to make up ground on a consistent basis was Farley, right? But Newsome has the length and the size. Farley has the size too. That I think both of those guys make sense. Which one of those guys they like or really believe in is going to be the key.
A favorite of yours just went to the Raiders, Alex Leatherwood.
That's a reach, man.
Leave it to the Raiders are always reaching though, but I like this kid.
I like him too, but that Alex Leatherwood was more like a 20-something on down, 25 on down pick.
Yeah.
Going into the second round. That's a reach for the Raiders. But hey, what does that do for the Saints? Well, like you said, that helps their probability of a cornerback being available.
Yep. And the scenario that you painted, earlier, and Kyle just gave his take on it, Brendan. I would do just the opposite. If I'm going to sit at 28 and see how the board plays out, knowing that I need a corner and a linebacker, I'm still going to do what Kyle suggested. I'm going to jump on my corner ASAP. But then I might package picks on day 2 to move into position to get my linebacker.
There you go. That's what I'm thinking. Because if you take that 60 and was it 113 or whatever, move up to in the second round, you still have another third round pick.
Yep.
And let's say you give a future pick to, let's say, we'll give you a second rounder next year or a third rounder next year. Who wouldn't want to take that? Especially if you already have a couple of picks high anyway. Like you had, the Jets have multiple picks, and you have the Miami Dolphins, right? So why wouldn't you take that? You at least you would listen if you're a good GM.
Well, yeah, and a lot of the reports that we were all hearing during the course of yesterday, last night, and today was that a lot of these teams are all already putting higher than normal value on picks next year because they feel like that they're going to be back to a normal state of medical evaluations, in-person visits, and the scouting combine. So you can maybe a second round pick in 2022 has the same kind of value that a first round pick would in years past, because of the higher value that teams might allegedly be putting onto this. And again, if you're saying, if you're Sean Payton, you're always in a win now mentality So you're not going to bat a single eyelash at, at throwing a future pick to move into position to get a guy that you want now.
So Xavier Collins is off, and where are we right now, Bob? Who's up next?
Miami is at picking at 18. The pick is in, but not announced yet.
All right, so the Saints did not trade, and
Correct.
I guess that's a sign the Saints may be okay where they are and how everything is precipitating out at this time.
I think the board's actually falling perfectly for New Orleans. You know, I think the big concern was let's move the top 10 and get whoever that target was, whether it was JC, whether it was the kid from Alabama, whether it was truly an offensive lineman, as some reports said. But I think if you're a Saints fan or if you're in the Saints front office, you're watching how this board's playing out. And like Bob said, I mean, you're going to have the potential of having 3 to 5 first round graded defensive backs potentially fall in your lap here in a couple picks. So
we have our first edge rusher
right
off the board.
Say one more time.
We have our first edge rusher off the board. Jalen Phillips just went to Miami.
Oh, man.
I do like this.
He stays in Miami.
I like Jalen, but I didn't watch a lot of edge rushers, guys. But I was, as a whole, highly unimpressed by the edge rusher position. Again, I like both kids from Miami, but those are about the only real standouts. I wasn't particularly impressed with Kwity Paye. And again, I love my Penn State guys, but I didn't. I saw a lot of raw potential in the edge rusher from Penn State too. Really, thank goodness that the Saints aren't desperate for an edge rusher. I think they're sitting pretty there, a lot better than what people think. I think we all can agree that Carl Granderson is on the verge of a potential stardom. They just picked up the 5th-year option for Marcus Davenport.
Right.
Which I think tells us a lot about A, what they think about him, and B, the potential direction that they're going to go or not going to go by taking an edge rusher, at least with a day 1 or day 2 pick. Because remember, too, that they signed Passanio away from Kansas City. So I think the Saints are sitting a lot better at edge rusher than what people realize.
Noah Spence came back too, right?
Correct.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think the bigger concern on the defensive line for New Orleans is the interior, and I think it's just there's a lot of lack of experience there. And losing Brown just because of the salary cap, I mean, I don't think guys realized how valuable he was as a run stopper. But I have some belief, Shy Tuttle is a guy I keep coming back to. He had a lot of DNPs last year. He didn't play. A lot of healthy scratches that kind of made people scratch their heads because he had such a successful rookie season as an undrafted free agent. But that's just how deep New Orleans was at that position. So I think Shy Tuttle will go back to having a similar role to he did his rookie year. You lose Sheldon Rankins, and that's a concern too. And I think that's something New Orleans could address in the draft. But Onyemata earned every penny of that extension last year. He played extremely well. But I think it's just going to kind of be that rotation. And obviously it's not just New Orleans. It's every team in the league has, anywhere between 7 to 9 guys that can rotate throughout that defensive line game by game. And I think they lost some of that depth. So being able to address that might be a case. And you talked about the kid from Kansas City. Man, he's a giant guy. You could probably play him inside as well. He's terrific on special teams. I think that's one thing a lot of people forget is just because of his size, he's able to block a lot of kicks. He's going to have a great impact special teams wise as well, just because of his tremendous size. So that's a guy I could definitely see having not a breakout season per se, but really having a productive year as a reserve.
Yeah.
Well, look, don't forget Malcolm Roach.
Yep.
It's another guy.
Yeah. Malcolm Roach, 2nd year. And, he had flashes early on. I know he he still was getting kind of caught up on trying to, just have a bull rush. That was one of his knocks. But, a guy like that learning and coming into his sophomore year may be just the type of guy they're looking for. Maybe that's one of the reasons why the Saints decided, okay, we can afford to let go Rankins and Brown, So we have a Tuttle and we have a Roach and we have the Big O. So yeah, and you never know. They may be able to find somebody who second, third, fourth round, or they could possibly find somebody as an undrafted free agent. They're always great at doing it. So, what's the pick, Bob?
Washington. Washington is not picked. They picked, but they haven't announced it yet.
Okay.
So we're sitting at 19. Going back to what you guys were saying about defensive tackle, a guy I know you love, Kyle. Christian Barmore from Alabama. This is a
look, man. I'm telling you, that is a monster. That guy took over that national championship game.
He did.
And you know what? There's some guys, and remember Mike Detillier was telling us this, right? There's some guys who practice well. There's some guys who practice poorly. But when the game lights are on, what does that guy do?
Oh,
do
man.
they perform or do they just fall over? What's wrong?
Oh, what? Going back to what Mike was saying about how this kid just turns on all jets when the spotlight comes on.
He took over that game, man. I remember. Baltimore, and he was just chasing Justin Fields around. So, that's the type of guy you can see that can grow into the position under the tutelage of the Saints defensive line coaches, right? All right, so Washington is up
coming back. The fans keep coming back to coming back to this one with JOK.
Well, Jamin Davis is the pick.
Wow, man, he shot up boards this last week and a half, didn't he?
Darn, I'm gonna say some cuss words myself right there, man.
That was your guy. That was
my guy. Yeah. Washington football team. Well, look, you have Jamin Davis. You have Chase, right?
Chase Young, yep.
Ooh, yep. That's going to be a defense.
Washington and New England were the two spots that I was most often seeing Owusu Koramau going, especially to Washington. So the fact that he is still on the board, they went for the 1 year production of Jamin Davis. And I mean, the man is an athletic freak.
4.3.
Yeah.
That's all I can say at linebacker. 4.3, baby.
But I mean, there are a few linebackers I really like. This was one of them. Davis was one of them. But I love Chaz Surratt too. In fact, I took him in both my mock drafts. Jabril Cox is a guy that's going to be real helpful.
Do you think Chaz is second round or third round?
I think Chaz is going to be late second round, late second to late third round. And in my mock, I had him at 60 of the first mock, but I had him at 90. What's their first third round pick? 98. I had him at 98 in my second mock. So Chaz will go somewhere in that range. Jabril Cox is going to come off of the board mid-round tomorrow at the latest, I think. He's another one that's really shot up the draft boards.
I think one thing that's important.
Go ahead.
I think one thing that's important right now, if you're a Saints fan, is really paying attention to the next two picks.
Yeah.
Because Tennessee's right there. Now, Bob had said it earlier. How much more do you value some Farley? We're going to find out if the Saints don't pick or rather don't trade up to get one of these picks, how they really feel about these guys. Because if there is a big discrepancy in how they feel about these guys, they're going to make the move and try to get ahead of Tennessee, who desperately needs a defensive back. But if they don't think there's that much of a gap, I think the Saints are going to stay put. So these next 2 picks are going to be really telling on how the Saints feel about the depth of the cornerback class this year.
Yeah, they are, because Indianapolis sits with the 21st selection, and the Colts are another franchise that will traditionally jump back, trade back up, trade back again. So if you're looking for a franchise that historically will show interest in trading back and picking up some extra picks, Indianapolis at 21, the spot ahead of Tennessee, is the place to look.
Yeah, and I did read somewhere they believe that Indy could be a good trade partner for the Saints as well. Yeah, you're right. Look, man, I just have to go back to the Jan Davis. If they can continue having good, solid defenses, they just need to work on their offense, right, in Washington. I think that's going to be a pretty good team. Ron Rivera, that's the type of pick that he loves. He had Luke, he had Davis, 2 great linebackers. Yeah, 2 great linebackers. So I could see this kid really learning and being able to excel at the linebacker position. So that's an excellent pick in my opinion, and where he's going and the type of coach he's going to be playing for.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean that defensive line for Washington last year was absolutely monstrous. It pretty much carried them down the stretch to the playoffs, and frankly had them in a position to beat Tampa Bay. Of all of Tampa Bay's postseason games, Washington probably gave them the most fight.
They pushed them. They sure did. They pushed them.
And
that's why I was so shocked
at the time.
Yeah, I was shocked that the Saints couldn't do more against Tampa Bay after what we saw with Washington.
No, let me ask you two guys. We've been talking about the potential. Do you believe that there's a discrepancy between Newsome and Fairley down to Stokes, Samuel, Campbell, or do you believe that all those guys are pretty close together?
I think they're all close together, in my opinion.
I think Newsome's the only guy that kind of stands out, and I think Kyle alluded to it earlier because of his size. However, even in our latest predictions, if the Saints had stayed at 28, was a round table we all did, I had Asante Samuel being a guy that, you might be reaching just a little bit, but he brings a lot to the table, and he'd be a immediate starter for New Orleans. So, I mean, Greg might be a little bit higher on the draft board, but not enough to where you jump 7 spots. I think Asante Eric Stokes is going to be there at 28 if that's a guy that you like. Farley might even be there at 28.
But the concern with Samuel is his size, right?
Yep.
But you can't, just like, how do I say this? You can't ever have enough good wide receivers. You can't ever have enough good cornerbacks and defensive backs. So, I mean, hey, he's available. What you going to do? Now, hey, Mr. Wynn has a good question. What about Bateman?
I like Rashad Bateman a lot. I mean, a comparison to Michael Thomas is a good one. Thomas is a bigger, stronger, more physical guy, but Bateman is really physical. Probably the most polished route runner I've seen in this class, and I've profiled 10 or 11 wide receivers. Bateman is a plug and play guy. He's not going to necessarily take the top off a defense, but he's gonna run the sharpest routes around.
Now, if you look at Bateman, what's the other guy you guys kept talking about? Tony, right? What does that say for Terrace from LSU? Right? I mean, does he go and slip into the second round?
Well, first of all, Kadarius Toney, we could stop talking about because the Giants just grabbed him at 20.
There you go. I was going to say, we really haven't had any it had been a period since we saw a receiver off the board. I think, especially the back end of the first round, you might see a couple more taken. Bateman's interesting because of his size. However, with New Orleans, I think you're looking more for a guy to take the top off. Now, Bateman's capable of doing that, but are you looking for more of that speedster to go alongside Michael Thomas opposed to maybe a less physical but faster Michael Thomas? I mean, that's all just up to coaching staff, though. That's more their decision.
And Terrace Marshall is every bit in that category too. Terrace is actually bigger than Rashad Bateman. Bateman only measured to be about a little bit shy of 6'1", which surprised some people. It surprised me.
He looks taller.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wow.
Exactly. Well, let me pull out the draft guide. But yeah, Terrace Marshall's actually taller, and I think weighs a little bit more. And he's a smooth athlete. Marshall is a pretty refined route runner. Look, there is a big drop off between the top three receivers, that we saw, the two Bama guys and Chase. But after that, just like cornerback, it all depends on what you're looking for and where you value them. We saw Toney come off the board. Toney's a guy I really like. Okay, my mistake. Bateman is listed at 6'2", 210. Marshall is listed at 6'2.5" and 205. So pretty similar size here. But after that, and this is coming from a vertically challenged guy myself. Toney is 5'11". The Moore twins, Elijah Moore and Rondale Moore. Rondale's 5'8", not even. Elijah Moore is 5'9" and a quarter. But those are two guys that you said, Brendan, they're going to take the top off of defense. Dwayne Eskridge is 5'9". So if you are looking for a bigger wideout, you are going to look at Terrace Marshall or Bateman, because they're going to be your physical intermediate guys, your move the chain guys that can take the top off of defense. Bateman put together a good 40 time. He's a 4.40 guy too.
What about Brown? What about Brown out of North Carolina?
You mean Ted Ginn Jr.?
If you put it like that, so forget about Brown.
The biggest knock on Brown is his hands. There's a lot of guys that are going to say, and there's a lot of guys that I found myself typing, needs to refine his routes. Didn't run the full route tree. Not necessarily couldn't, but didn't. But when I watched Brown, unless it was a short, quick slant to get him into the open field quick, he just disappeared in the middle of the field, man. He'll take the top off, for sure. Ted Ginn did. But when it came to high traffic areas, he didn't perform very well in the game film and 4 or 5 game films that I watched. He's got the potential and the physical skill set to be a number 2 wideout. But if you're talking about a wide receiver that has questionable hands and is questionable over the middle, I don't need me another Traquan Smith. I'm on fire tonight, aren't I, guys?
I was about to say how,
I'm not touching that.
One thing about the Saints receiving core, this year, I understand that grabbing another receiver is important, not as important as defensive back, not as important as linebacker. But I do look at the Saints receivers and I go, you know what? For as much as Traquan gets, things like what Bob just said, Traquan has the second most receiving touchdowns of any Saints receiver since he's been drafted, just trailing Michael Thomas. You look at a guy like Marquez Callaway, who had a really good first year. You look at Deontay Harris, who was being utilized much more in the offense before his injury this year. And I say, you know what? Maybe there isn't as big of a hole as I once thought. It just really depends to me, how much faith does this coaching staff have that Traquan can make the leap, because I feel like every year we've heard, well, Traquan's going to make the leap, Traquan's going to make the leap, and he has moments and he has certain games, but he's not consistent enough, or he hasn't proven to be consistent enough. And the one thing I'll say about Traquan is having a guy with that much speed and someone who came out of UCF as a guy who could be a burner, could take the top off. You had him with the last few years of Drew Brees, and let's all be honest, as much as we love Drew, his arm strength wasn't there the last couple years. So to have a guy like Jameis Winston who can really push it down the field, is that only going to benefit Traquan Smith this season?
I don't think there's any doubt that it'll benefit Traquan because he's shown to me that he can't consistently create separation on his own underneath. When Traquan makes a play, it's because the scheme and the play was specifically designed to get him open, that's exactly what we saw in the long touchdown in the divisional playoff. From the flea flicker from Winston to Traquan down the field. Traquan's not. My biggest issue with Traquan coming out of UCF, and the reason why I hated that pick, even back then, was because he had alligator arms. Through traffic. And I'm not denying his toughness as a player because he is one heck of a blocker. He just doesn't have any focus as a receiver in traffic and can't get separation based off of his own merit. So either you either got to have two stretch the field guys for Traquan to get open underneath, or a strong arm guy like Jameis to open up the deep ball for Traquan, which will in turn only help guys like Callaway and MT underneath.
Okay, where are we sitting right now in the draft?
The Colts are at 21. Pick is in and about to be announced. So it doesn't look like the Saints found a trade partner at 21 either.
So
Colts could be a team to grab a receiver here for Carson Wentz.
Okay, so we're a few picks away, guys. Joke is still on the board.
Yeah.
Farley, Newsom.
Like I said, I think it says a lot about how the Saints value these DBs, the fact that they didn't make a push to trade up.
Sorry about that.
I mean, if what we were hearing earlier today was true and they were looking to get into the top 10 and they are targeting cornerback, it tells us that they valued Surtain and Horn just that far above everybody else, and everybody else in their head is just kind of clumped together.
All right. What about the kid from TCU, the safety?
Morig, I think he's very much in play, and I think he could elevate not only the Saints defense but any defense.
What about the young guy, Nick Bolton? Is he more second round?
In my opinion, yeah. Kwity Paye, edge rusher, just went to the Colts. Not a huge surprise. Now, who do you ask me about? Oh, Bolton. Bolton is a real instinctive guy. He's a good sideline to sideline guy too. To me, he's not as smooth in coverage as the Jamin Davis, Chaz Surratt, Jabril Cox. But he has a good feel for zone coverage. You want to talk about a guy that has a nonstop motor and sideline to sideline pursuit. But Bolton is a little lightweight, to step into the gap. He's not a Demario Davis kind of guy. He's more of a Jabril Cox kind of guy, where you want to see him shoot the gap rather than take on a blocker in a gap, because he's going to lose those battles more often than not. But if Bolton gets into open space and can refine his feel for zone coverage, he's an every down kind of guy.
We've talked about linebackers a little bit. One guy that was an interesting pick last year because it was, where's he going to play, is Zach Bond. How does Zach Bond fit into all this with New Orleans, especially since the emergence of C.D. Deuce or Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and being an every down guy? It's really limited Saints to two linebackers. Where does Zach Bond fit in this whole thing moving forward? I think that's a good question too, because he has shown the athletic side of him. He's shown that he has the speed to go sideline to sideline, but is he like a better edge rusher than he is playing alongside Demario Davis?
Bob, did we lose him?
I think we lost Bob.
So, look, I think Bond is still in play. I think he's in the future for the Saints, right? Is he a sideline to sideline guy? I don't know. That's the one thing I will say there. But does he bring some necessary skill that the Saints are going to need? Yeah.
I think that the interesting thing about him, especially his rookie year, is I don't think the Saints really had an idea or solidified idea on where's this kid going to play. I mean, obviously they found a role for him on special teams. They found a role for him in kickoff coverage, but I'm not really sure whether the Saints value him as another edge rusher, because he was a really good edge rusher in college, or whether they value him as a guy who can step in, put on some weight, and be, like a weak side linebacker. I'm not 100% sure. To that comment you just threw up there, we need a new Sproles. I think it's Deontay Harris. I think that's kind of the offensive toy there. Obviously similar sizes at about 5'6", great in open space. I
don't know if he's durable like Sproles, though.
That's fair.
That's
fair.
Hey, Bob, we cannot see your video. Bob? Okay.
But I think if Harris can stay healthy, it's going to be very interesting to see how the Saints utilize him. Because like I said, at the beginning of the season, we're seeing him utilized more and more in the offense before the injury. You brought up a good point. He hasn't been very durable. But I think that's going to be an interesting toy, especially since he can take the top off. And we talked about the arm of Jameis Winston. I think there's going to be some shot plays put in there for him, similar to the playoff game against Minnesota 2 years ago.
Good point. But, with Harris is – all right. Harris is more like a satellite guy, right? Somebody who needs to be in space. You got to put him in position to be in space to be able to make the plays that's necessary. And you give him a little room here and there to be able to wiggle. Harris is going to put on the moves. You saw that in a few games once you got him the football and able to get him in situations where you can go one-on-one with guys. He did a great job. So, but my is he a Sproles? No, he's not Sproles. The difference is Sproles was a strong guy, strong thighs, good solid running back as well. Harris is a wide receiver. Okay, Bob, we got you back.
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. I don't know what the issue was. Bear with me, viewers. I'm outside taking a smoke break, but I'm peering through the window. Listen, as I was starting to have some technical difficulties, I heard you guys talking about Zach Bond. I don't think it was so much that they didn't have a plan for Bond. I actually liked the pick at the time, and I think that Zach does have the athleticism and awareness for zone coverage more so than man. But remember, at Wisconsin, he played a lot of stand-up defensive end, so he has to learn the linebacking position. We'll see exactly how much the Saints coaches feel like he's picked up in the offseason by how highly they address the linebacker position. Because if they don't address it very highly, that tells me two things. One, Quan Alexander is going to be back in a Saints uniform. And two, they feel pretty strongly about the progress of Zach Bond. And you guys were talking about Deontay Harris. I think that Sean was starting to use Deontay Harris like the Chiefs use Tyreek Hill, kind of all over the formation. Because like you said, Kyle, Deontay isn't a Darren Sproles kind of guy, but he can be like a Tyreek Hill kind of guy, where if you get him in space, defenses fear him. Trust me, defenses fear him. That's your take the top off a defense guy if the Saints feel like they can grab another possession receiver in, say, rounds 2, 3, or 4.
I think it's all good points. I mean, if you look at a guy like Deontay, I still believe you've got to give him those matchups where he can go one-on-one with a linebacker or a safety, right? I don't know if you can find that also in a guy like what Mike Detillier was talking to us about, like Puka Williams, right? You could be able to get him from Kansas. He's a hometown guy from Hahnville, Louisiana. And, he was a guy that really took all of his teams and put them on his back to be able to get them where they were going. So I think that's a guy you can find in the later rounds of the draft. But Sproles was just a special guy. I don't know if we could be able to find anybody to even come close to him other than like a Boston Scott, who's now with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, and I wish they would have protected Boston Scott better, because I think he could have filled that Sproles role as a kick returner too. And it's going to be important to see if the Saints pick up a guy like Rondale Moore or a receiver that can double as a kick returner. Caleb Fairley just went 22 to the Titans, gentlemen.
Well, there you go. You knew the Titans were in play. They needed a cornerback, so Newsome is still on the board. So picking after Tennessee. Wow.
Minnesota's up next.
Well, to answer the question that we have in front of us, could Caleb have been the first DB taken off the board if he didn't have those surgeries? There were some concerns about he had an ACL problem. He's had some back surgeries as well. I mean, in a hypothetical world, if the guy stayed healthy throughout his collegiate career, could have been the number one guy off the board. Honestly, if the back surgeries didn't happen, it was just the ACL, I still think he would have been the number one off the board. I think it is the guy fell so far, and we talked about it earlier, because you had these reports come out over the last, 2 weeks about teams being more and more concerned. And it was a weird year with COVID, and I think you guys kind of talked about that with Coach Mora Jr. just a little bit. And how do you evaluate these guys this year? Like, how difficult does that become? Because you're not in person, you're not having everything that you're typically able to do, and I think that scared a lot of teams. So I think Tennessee got a real value guy with their pick, but it does come with a little bit more of a question mark than it normally would, considering the injuries. We talked about back, neck, spine, anything like that. That's super scary because you just don't know how your body's going to hold up over time. And we're talking about that as individuals who are not athletes, who aren't taking hits every day. I mean, if myself, Bob, or Kyle had some sort of back injury, I guarantee you it would affect us in a very negative way. And that's without being in practice and being in pads, 4 or 5 days out of the week. So those are things you definitely have to pay attention for. But Tennessee took a risk, and at 21, I don't hate that risk.
Listen, I'm rooting for Caleb because I really like how aggressive he plays when I watched his film. But guys, if I'm making the pick, that medical would have scared me off, especially with how many other quality cornerbacks that look like there's going to be in this draft class. I immediately lowered him on my draft. I had him below Surtain and JC as it was. But when more details started to come out and I saw multiple back surgeries, I'm like, okay, I'm going to put Newsome above Caleb. I might even put Asante and Eric Stokes above Caleb. Two kids I really like too, by the way. And heck, I might even take him off of my draft board altogether if I'm the Saints or any NFL team. If I'm the Saints and can't have my medical personnel look him over in person and come back to me and say, Coach Rose, he has the clean bill of health. We give you the green light. If I don't get that from my own medical people, I don't think I make that pick at all.
Well, medical was an issue, and I know that's one thing that Mickey Loomis talked about as being wasn't a liability. I forgot the term he used, but that's something that you do want to be able to have control of. Like you said, Bob, you want to be able to know what your guys are saying about these guys. So Caleb Foiler is off the board at number 22 to the Tennessee Titans, and there are a few more picks left. The Saints are going to be on the board pretty soon, guys. So hold tight. It's going to get bumpy.
And listen, Kyle. Before my camera, my mic went kaplooey on me. You guys were asking me about Morig, the safety from TCU. If there's a safety taken in the first round, he's probably going to be the only one. And I wrote about this too. I know that they have Marcus Williams under contract for this year, but he's not signed a long-term deal. Right. So he could potentially hit the market again. Malcolm Jenkins will be 34 before the end of the year, and he was already a liability in coverage for most of last year. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he's a great defensive, like a terrific defensive player. But he's best utilized when they move him around the formation, and we've seen that. You and I talked about this numerous times last year. So if they use, say, the 28th pick on a Trevon Morig, I don't see how anybody could have a problem with that. He's a guy that can step up and take on bigger receivers or take on pretty much any tight end in slot coverage. So that checks off your box right there. He has really good range on the back end, with terrific reaction ability and ability to diagnose a play when it happens in front of him. So that checks off your box as a deep safety. I'd like to see him be a little bit stronger fundamentally as a tackler, but he's aggressive. He will come up and make the plays rather than letting the play come back to him. So if you do that, if you take a Morig, you can use him in coverage and thus use Malcolm Jenkins less in coverage and use Jenkins in the tackle box where he's still pretty effective. And if you lose Jenkins and or Williams after the year, you have your built-in replacement. Or if you don't, you have a 3 safety rotation where you have some versatility with these 3 guys now.
Yeah, well, you also have Hampton, right?
Hampton's gone, but you do have JT Gray, and I think they re-signed DJ Swearinger, didn't they?
No.
Okay, my mistake.
Hold on. Who's the pick?
About to make it.
Who?
Went Darisaw, the tackle from Tech.
Good. He's a good player.
He is. He's been rising up the draft boards too. Well, like Brendan said a little bit ago, Vikings were a team that could have used some help on the offensive line.
Yeah, so the only safeties is Gardner Johnson, Marcus Williams, Jenkins. Right now, that's under contract.
Well, I think safety could very much be in play for this team then. I'd still rather them take a cornerback. But if they take a safety, that's still going to help you in coverage. But in my opinion, there's a few safeties that they could look at in mid to late round, the second day or even third day that I really like too. But Morig is head and shoulders the best safety in this class.
So, guys, it's getting close. How do you feel? What do you think the Saints are going to do? Are the Saints primed to be able to move up, jump up somewhere, to be able to get the player that they're looking for? Or do the Saints stay pat at number 28? Let's hear your thoughts. If you want to be able to come on and tell Bob and myself what's going on or how you feel, just give me a thumbs up and I'll shoot you the link. So you could do something. Matter of fact, I'll put it in there right now.
Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in
already. Could they go cornerback?
It's possible. But their biggest need is along the offensive line and that running game. We could see our first running back off of the board because you look at the offensive line value at this point, it's a little bit of a stretch for the Steelers to take one now unless they really, really like one. But I've seen Najee Harris projected to the Steelers in a lot of different mock drafts.
Yeah, look, I like Morig. I like Baltimore, Awosu as well. So I like them all.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't think you can go wrong with any of them. But again, based off of if the Saints were making the pick now, those three players would certainly be in play. But I go Greg Newsome.
Okay.
I think for the Steelers, the biggest thing for them last season was I felt like they really got away from Pittsburgh Steelers football. And I know that's crazy to say, especially for a team. That's what I'm thinking, because they really got away from who they are. And even a team that went on the winning streak that they did, you kind of looked at the schedule, you looked at their games, you're sitting here, how? They're not playing Steeler football. And I think for me, getting a big bruising running back, that just screams Steel City. And I think that's the perfect fit for them.
Great analysis. Look, Connor's not there.
Exactly.
Right?
They just lost him to Arizona.
So what are you going to do? I think Najee Harris will be perfect. Look, the great thing about Harris, people don't realize he's a former wide receiver. So that's why he had good hands out of the backfield. What did you say, Bob?
You guys were right. It's Najee.
Perfect fit for them. Absolutely perfect.
Brendan,
absolutely.
Good call, man. Good call, baby.
Perfect fit for them.
So I think Lauren is happy. Did I hear her yelling back there?
I thought I heard her yell, yeah.
Let's see. I got something for Lauren.
What is that?
Steal a shot glass. Got a who that shot glass too.
Well, we'll keep the who dat shot glass away from this recovering alcoholic, but
just put some fruit juice in it. You'll be all right.
We can do that. We can do that. Pineapple juice looks like a shot, right?
There you go. There you go. I saw Will running back and forth a couple of times.
Yeah, he was running back and forth. I tried to get him to pop on the camera like he popped on the other night. There was a couple of times when we were doing our pre-draft coverage. When the show first opened up, he'd walk by, thought he was out of view of you guys, but he'd walk by and give one of these.
Too funny. All right, guys. Who's next?
I'm hoping he's going to be in Mike Detilier's draft, 2035 draft guide.
There you go. By then, you should have your own, Bob.
If I'm still kicking, we'll consider that. I think I'm getting better at breaking down these draft guys.
I was about to say, you must have put out 40, 50 something draft profiles.
Yeah.
I published 35 draft profiles. I have notes, and I could widen my screen. I could show you. I have literally paper notes all over the place. I watched film on 68 different prospects.
Unreal.
Look at all these Alabama guys: Waddle, Surtain, Smith, Jones, Leatherwood, Harris, first rounders.
That's what happens when you go and you win a national championship and you're as dominant as you've been over the last decade. And honestly, the one thing that's really impressed me about Alabama over the years is outside of Tua, and I guess you could throw Jalen Hurts in there as well. You really haven't had like an overly dominant quarterback over this dynasty run, or a guy that's been, wow, this guy's going to be fantastic at the next level. So that's what's really impressed me, and it tells me a lot of how that structure is formationally and how much talent they just have. I mean, if you even want to go back, one of my favorite things when Alvin Kamara got drafted to New Orleans was looking back at the running backs at Alabama while he was at Alabama. And just the list, every single one of them end up being an NFL draft pick and has started games in the NFL. I mean, that's just how deep and talented Alabama has been over the years.
Yeah.
So I think it also speaks a lot for the guys that do get drafted and how good they are, and how you really have to – iron sharpens iron, right? So when you put that many talented dudes in a group, you're going to have some guys that really stand out above the rest, and you have to tip your cap even more to those guys because they allowed the iron to sharpen them to the point where they're the best at their position in their draft class. So it is kind of remarkable to think, man, these guys beat out the best of the best to be where they're at.
Yeah, and I expect to see at least one more Alabama guy come off of the board in the first round. We mentioned him before, Barmore, the defensive tackle. Dylan Moses, the linebacker, is probably going to come off of the board in round 2 or 3. One of the better linebacker prospects in this class. Because of all the Alabama guys you just named, Kyle, that's come off of the board so far, all but one of them have been on the offensive side. Surtain's been the only defender.
Yeah. Look, I think the 6 guys ties Miami's record for 6 in the first round. If Barmore goes, then Alabama will hold the record for the most in the first round for a team. So that'll be pretty interesting. Guys, could the New Orleans Saints be looking at this guy?
Have to be right now. You have to be. It's kind of crazy. Earlier today, I think from the moment I woke up, you started hearing the buzz. Saints are looking to trade up. Saints are looking to trade up. Bob had mentioned it earlier. If the idea was to trade up for a corner, then you really valued those top 2 corners much higher than everybody else. But I know Bob's been high on Newsome. I know, that was the guy that I had picked for the Saints to get. If it wasn't J.C. Horn, it was going to be Newsome if they weren't able to trade up for J.C. And the fact that you're not even having to trade up for Newsome potentially, I think you're sitting pretty. Being able to take him or Asante Samuel Jr. at 28, I really like your odds to go get a guy who is a top 5 DB in this draft class.
The Jaguars pick is in at 25. I suppose it's possible they can go cornerback, but I've seen most mock drafts have them selecting an offensive lineman, specifically a tackle. I don't know if the value is there. But what if they give Trevor Lawrence a wide receiver here?
I was thinking the same thing. Give him a toy. Because let's be honest, if you're 1-15, you have a lot of holes to fill. You're not a great football team.
But I think the Jaguars have some talent on both sides of the ball. Another name that I was seeing mentioned a lot in the second round, early second round for the Jags was Freiermuth, the tight end. Pat Freiermuth, the tight end from Penn State. Consensus second highest graded tight end on the board, and one of the Jaguars' assistant coaches was Freiermuth's position coach at Penn State. So that's something that a bit of a stretch for him here, but I really like Pat as a tight end too. So I could see him pulling a bit of a surprise right here.
All right, so Jacksonville with their second pick of the 2021 draft. What will it be? Now we're getting closer. We're inching closer and closer to the New Orleans Saints picking up their 2021 pick. Looks like the Saints are staying at 28 for the moment. You never know. Sean Payton and what Mickey Loomis may have up their sleeve. So should be pretty interesting. Let's see. Lisa Lawson Yep, we're getting close, Lisa. You're right. Talent gets chiseled by the coaches too. Okay.
Talking about Alabama.
Yeah.
That can be the case. I mean, there's a lot of guys that leave Alabama and have great careers elsewhere. And like I said earlier, it's the fact that they bring in talent from everywhere. They get almost every 5-star, 4-star recruit that they want. And they don't care. They'll bring in 5 4-star running backs every class. I mean, just numbers wise, you can't keep all of them. So that's typically what happens.
Well, they gave Lawrence his toy, but it was at running back, Travis Etienne.
Oh, so they get the Clemson kids. I like that. I like
Isn't that something? Keeping those guys together. Isn't that something? You have a lot of reunions and going on, right? You have Burrows and Chase, and you have there was another group, the Alabama guy. Oh, Hurts and Freeman. Yeah. So yeah. Could this guy be in play for the New Orleans Saints? Morig at safety.
I liked what Bob said. You know, Bob had mentioned that Malcolm Jenkins, who's played more of like a box safety role, is going to be 34. He's a liability in coverage. You know, he's never been a great coverage guy, even though he was drafted as a corner. And then Bob makes an excellent point with the fact that Marcus Williams is still not under contract past this year because he's playing under the tag. So I could see that happen. The only concern, if there is a concern, is how does it, you kind of had it with Alex Anzalone when the trade for Quan Alexander happened. He felt unwanted. And if the intention is to bring Marcus Williams back and have the kid out of TCU play alongside him, you got to have that conversation. Hey, you're not being replaced. We're giving you a running mate. And sometimes that can be a tough conversation to have. Obviously egos happen. And I remember specifically, let's see if you guys remember this, 2011 NFL draft, Saints trade back in the first round, grab Mark Ingram. Reggie Bush tweets moments later, like, thanks, New Orleans. So, and yes, he ended up getting traded that offseason, but guys know, those guys watch the draft too. So you just got to make sure everybody's on the same page or something like that were to happen.
Yeah, but they were having those conversations with Reggie, right?
Oh, for sure.
So he knew what was going on.
And I think in the case of Marcus Williams, I mean, this is if they bring on a Morig or a different safety, it's not an Anzalone, a Quan situation where Quan is going to be taking a significant number of his snaps. You could be potentially setting your deep defensive backfield up with 2 20-something-year-old kids, knowing that you're going to move on from Malcolm Jenkins after the season. Or Marcus Williams knows he's making $9.5 million this year and gets to hit the free agent market next year. It being still the New Orleans Saints starting free safety this year to showcase those potential free agent wares. So I don't think it's a good issue to bring up, but I don't think a safety position when you play multiple guys on the field at the same time is going to be that big a deal ego-wise.
Okay. Who's next, Bob?
The Cleveland Browns pick at 26 is in, not yet announced.
All right. 2 picks away, guys, from the New Orleans Saints being up. Let's get ready to rumble. I think Saints are in a good position. Cleveland. Now, could Cleveland, they still have a good defense, but could they add another cornerback to help solidify? Or should they go offense?
I can see Cleveland going Barmore here after they just released Sheldon Richardson. Or I'll tell you what, Owosu would look really good in that Browns defense, flying all over the field at that linebacker spot.
Saints are in good position. They can get the corner they want, right? Who's next after Cleveland?
Old Cleveland, Baltimore.
Old
Okay,
Cleveland.
now Baltimore, they love their linebackers.
Yes, sir.
And they love safeties too.
Yes, sir.
They are pretty set at linebacker, I think, though, this year. Like you said, they like adding them no matter what. But I think they're pretty set at linebacker, especially grabbing Patrick Queen last year. Could be wrong.
Who's next to Queen?
What's that?
Who's next to Queen at Baltimore?
Oh God, I don't. Did they re-sign Patrick Asor?
All right, so let's say they did, but let's say they want to have Queen and bring in another young, talented linebacker, man, in that division, that makes sense. Or they may want to go defensive tackle themselves. But they play, what, the 3-4?
Hybrid.
Hybrid.
They like those edge guys that can stand up along the edge or get their hands in the dirt. So that gives them some versatility along their front seven.
Yeah, Joke might be good for them. So
they got LJ Fort next to Patrick Queen. They got Tyus Bowser as well, which is just a great name.
Yeah.
They did re-sign him. That's right.
Yeah, Bowser. Yeah. Okay. All right. So,
I mean, the Saints are in a pretty position to take whoever you really want. I know there was a lot of Saints Twitter that wanted Greg Newsome. I know there's a lot of Saints Twitter that wanted
getting Greg Newsome.
There you go.
Cleveland Browns just got Greg Newsome.
So, what do the New Orleans Saints do now?
Well, you still got Asante Samuel on the board. JOK is still on the board, which is another guy that Saints Twitter is raving about. I know you guys kind of wanted to go opposite, take corner first and go linebacker second round. But I think it's really just wherever guys are valued on the board at this point. You decided to stay put. You decided to see the board kind of fall. And personally, I think JOK would be great in the black and gold. But I wouldn't be mad about Asante Samuel either. But I know Greg Newsome was definitely Bob's guy. So both of you guys have seen your guy come off the board in the first round. I think I'm a little bit more surprised about Kyle's guy. I thought Jamin Davis would certainly kind of slip to the bottom of the first or early second. So to see him taken as high as he was, like I said, that dude shot up the boards over the last week and a half, 2 weeks. And that's the beauty of the NFL draft, is those rankings change every day.
Yeah, well, Ron Rivera, defensive-minded coach, man, he can see the talent, and he can see what he can do with a guy like that. So that's why it made sense from that standpoint. You can't teach speed.
No.
You cannot teach it. So to have a guy like that and have the ability to be the number 3 ranked defender in tackles in all of SEC in 2020, that was pretty good. So,
especially when you're at Kentucky, you're not at LSU, you're not at Alabama, you're not at Georgia, you're not at one of those premier SEC schools. You're at a basketball school, really, and to do that at Kentucky is pretty big. So, we're a pick away. We're at 27 right now.
Okay. We are 27. So Baltimore is up, right?
Yeah.
Here's interesting. Baltimore has another pick at 31.
I can see, assuming Baltimore keeps both of these picks, and they're another franchise that historically likes to jump around. But if they keep both of these picks, I see them going offense, defense, not necessarily in that order, but one on each side.
Got to get something for Lamar Jackson as a receiver.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to prove he can get the ball to them consistently too. But yeah, you look at that receiving corps for Baltimore, it's just Other than Hollywood Brown, you've got to use the word unimpressive.
So would the LSU kid be good?
Yeah, I think he would be. I mean, he's a bigger target. So when you're talking about a quarterback like Lamar, who isn't very accurate with the football, you want a guy that's going to give you a wider catch radius, in my opinion.
I think Bateman would be good here too.
He would.
Check out the names. You got Joke, you got Jenkins, you have Marshall, you have Russo, you have Rondell Moore, you have Moorhead, you have Bateman. You got some good talent up there.
You do. The Ravens, at least when Ozzie Newsome was making the shots, they love them Alabama guys too. And but if Armour would give them more beef up front on the defensive side.
Well, that poses a good problem for the Saints. Let's say the Ravens don't pick him, then he's available, right?
Christian, yeah. And at that point, I know I've been kind of brushing off the Notre Dame linebacker, but if you have a chance to add a Barmore at defensive tackle, and then you make some moves to move up in the second round to get your cornerback, I'm good with that too. I'm sorry, I'm not as high on the Notre Dame kid as you guys are. I never have been.
I think
Joke is a joke. Joker's wow. All right, guys. Anticipation, the drama is building.
I think scheme-wise for me, the kid from Notre Dame makes sense to play alongside Demario Davis. I think the concern would be how much longer are you going to have Demario Davis at this level, and then what happens? I think that's the bigger concern. I mean, shoot, the kid from Notre Dame, JOK, he's got size. He's really good in coverage. Needs to prove a little bit more instinctive-wise in terms of hitting the holes, being a little bit better of a sure tackler. But I think it's going to fit really well if that's what the Saints do alongside Demario. And like I said, moving forward past Demario Davis's time, how is that going to work out? I think that's where the concern is. I still think DB is the need, but is at this point, everything's kind of fell into the Saints' lap in a good way. Who's ranked higher on your board? What need is bigger? That kind of thing.
What's that?
I said, when Brendan said everything kind of fell in your lap, I do agree, but I said not Newsome.
Close.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I have said for the last week or so that I thought that was going to be the guy, or certainly on the short list. But I also said that the Saints would probably have to move up into at least the early 20s to get him. And you look at where he came off of the board, and if they would have moved up, just even a few picks, that could have been their guy. But again, as aggressive as we've seen them be in the past, you have to believe that they liked more than just a couple of guys at this stage of the game for them to stay put.
But also think about this. A lot of these teams probably did not want to give up that value where they were. And they're trying to get, hey, they're NFL teams too. They're trying to get better. They need to be able to have good, solid players for the future, So the Saints just didn't have enough oomph to be able to deliver and get up into that spot that they needed.
Which one of you guys said Bateman for the Ravens?
I did.
Good call. That's who
I'm doing good as of late.
You are.
All right. So the Saints are
on the board. Vegas.
Saints on the clock, guys.
I think they're in an excellent spot. I mean, in my mind, I don't think I would have had the board fall this way. If you asked me earlier today, how is the board going to fall? The Saints can get their corner. They can get Asante Samuel Jr. They can get one of the Georgia kids. They can get JOK. They can go a lot of different ways here. And then you guys were talking about the defensive tackle out of Alabama. I don't think that's as glaring of a need. But shoot, when you have a player like that on the board, it's hard to sit there and try to brush that over either.
Right. at number one, you have to find somebody who has the rare qualities that you're not going to be able to find in the later rounds. And is he one of those guys? Is Campbell one of those guys? Is Asante Samuel, Calvin Joseph, all these guys, are they to the New Orleans Saints those type of individuals that you want to be able to say he deserves to be a number one pick and fit into our system and can be able to come in day one and make an impact?
I think you're absolutely right. And I think that's where the Saints kind of have to go, right? We've talked about a couple different needs. Haven't talked so much about wide receiver, but you got Elijah Moore, who's still on the board, who could be a plug-and-play type of guy too. So it's, at what position do you think you have the biggest need? And based off who's on the board right now, who do you think is an immediate plug-and-play type of guy? Personally, we've talked about it all night. I think cornerback is the number one need, but do you feel Asante Samuel can be that guy? We talked about JOK. I've talked about him a lot. Do you feel like he can be that guy where you can plug and play him immediately? That's what the Saints have to focus on right here. And like I said, I think that this is the dream scenario for New Orleans for the most part. Obviously, you wish there was a guy or two still on the board. I know Newsom was a guy that we all, I think, wish was still on the board. But outside of that, I think the boards kind of fell really well for New Orleans, and you get to kind of just pick your poison here.
What if they go Trevin Jenkins, the offensive tackle from Okie State?
It wouldn't surprise me. Cesar Ruiz caught me off guard last year, so I had to be extra prepared for the offensive lineman this year.
I keep on telling you guys, don't sleep on the offensive lineman.
But at this point, if you pass up one of these cornerbacks, this is just for whatever my opinion is worth. You pass up one of these cornerbacks, a starting every down defensive tackle, or a linebacker that can stay on the field and cover some of these tight ends that they're going to face this year. If you pass up all those guys for a tackle, you got to be out of your mind.
And the pick is in. Just waiting for it to be announced. So they know what they're doing.
All right. Let's see who the New Orleans Saints are going to choose, guys. Last call for alcohol. What's your thoughts?
I think they go Eric Stokes.
Eric Stokes. What about you, Brendan?
I think they're going to go Asante Samuel Jr. or JOK, and either way, I'd be pretty satisfied with the pick. Like I said earlier in the article that we did, just our final predictions, I had Asante Samuel if they didn't trade up for Newsom. So I'd be totally happy with that pick. Like you said earlier, though, he's a little undersized, but you can't have too many good cornerbacks in this league.
Kyle?
I like Christian Balmore. So I like Morrig, but I could see Balmore being more of the type of person. But I've been wrong all this way. So look, the Saints, whoever they get, is going to be a good fit for them. So, and they're comfortable. And I think that's what we're seeing. So just let us know when the pick is in there. Bobo.
Will do. Our fans are being quiet tonight. We've had a few of you comment, but haven't seen too much.
Fans are on pins and needles.
I was about to say, Saints fans on draft night, those are some of the most nervous fans.
For sure.
Draft night and playoff games are the most nervous I see Saints fans. So,
yeah, that's all, Bob.
We'll see if they need your Who Dat shot glasses or not, Kyle.
Sure, I may need the Who Dat shot glasses.
And I had mentioned this on the show with the interns earlier this week. It is an odd year to go into the draft as the Saints, because if you would asked anybody 4 or 5 years ago what the status of the Saints would be,
defensive end Peyton Turner from Houston.
It threw me for a loop.
Andrew, is that a prediction?
Is that a prediction, Andrew?
Or are we just behind?
I mean, it could be. Peyton Turner has been a guy that's been getting some recent buzz, but most projections have him as a late day 3 pick at the earliest. But he is a guy that can play inside or outside up front, so that's something to keep it. We know that the Saints love their versatility up front.
Let's see what the pick is. That would throw me for a loop, especially after they picked up the 5th-year option on Davenport.
It's Peyton Turner.
Wow. Another year, another Saints surprise.
Okay, guys. Well, Peyton Turner from the University of Houston is the New Orleans Saints pick for 2021 first-round draft choice. What's your initial thoughts?
I think it's surprising because out of the positions of need, I think it went defensive back, linebacker, wide receiver. Didn't have defensive end on that list, especially because a lot of us are high on Carl Granderson and what he can do. Davenport got his option picked up. And so picking a defensive end was not something that I saw coming. Like I said, second straight year on draft night, the Saints have thrown me for a loop.
Bob.
Let me clean up my thoughts. I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, listen, I trust the process with these guys. I do. They've unearthed some unreal talent in the draft the last 5 years. But my God, I just got done saying that I don't remember ever watching a worse edge rusher class. And what do? They reach on a projected day 3 pick for round 1. When you have a black hole at cornerback, a growing void at linebacker, wow. And you know what's funny? We were joking about watching prospects and stuff like that. I said I wrote articles on 35 guys, watch film on 68 or 69 guys. Didn't watch Peyton Turner. Read write-ups.
Yeah. I'm getting tweets left and right.
Well, listen, Bob, remember last year, the draft profile videos that I had done, I didn't have one for Cesar Ruiz. So all of us need to get on the same page and just make sure that we knock out as many as possible, because at this point it's just the Saints blindside us. They don't take anybody that we're looking at. So
I actually blame Saints social media for this. No, seriously, and I'm including all of us. We know that Sean Payton pays very close attention to Twitter, and I'm convinced now more than ever, that Coach goes out of his way to read all the comments, read all of our articles. And thank you, Coach, if you're watching, for reading the articles. But you don't need to do the exact opposite of what people are writing every single year.
Oh, man.
I will say this about Peyton Turner. Huge size, 6'6".
Yeah.
High motor kid, chases the ball all over the field. But again, just didn't feel like that was the highest position of need. That's where it catches me for a loop. But at the same time, one thing we hadn't really addressed, even though he made the Pro Bowl last year, Cam Jordan's getting older. He had a pretty down year last year. I think he only had 6 sacks last year. This could be a move not for now, but for the future. And then also it gives you a reassurance plan if the Davenport project doesn't work. But like Bob said, there was more glaring needs, and it feels like a little bit of a reach and a stretch to go get your defensive end in the first round when you had some corners on the board. when you had a really talented linebacker, a couple talented linebackers on the board. I think what this says, though, is the Saints might be a little more aggressive tomorrow night to trade up and get a position of need rather than a guy that obviously is a part of the future plans rather than a right.
So go to Saints.media where we have our draft review of Peyton Turner by John Hendrix is ready. So you can go online, go to www.saints.media to be able to get it. John has already put it up. So Mr. Peyton Turner, welcome to the New Orleans Saints out of the University of Houston. Didn't see it coming. A lot of people projected him as a round 2, round 3 type of talent. I think the Saints could not overlook his size. And like you said, Cam Jordan may be getting a little bit long in the tooth as well. So I don't know if we can be able to say this is an awful pick. You can never really say that because you don't know how everything's going to fall out. But you got some youth there. You got him. Then you have Granderson. Then you have Marcus Davenport, which they picked up his 5th-year option. You have Norris Spence as a veteran, right? So you do have some guys who can be able to come in and contribute. The young man, but as you know, as a number 1 pick, you don't want this person just to be what? Sitting the pine. You want them to come in to be able to contribute immediately in the New Orleans Saints defensive scheme. All right, what's the grade here? What would you grade this pick?
Bob, should I let you start or no?
I graded a D. I would. Peyton Turner. He does. I'm reading. I just read Mike Detillier's write up on him. He doesn't play with a very strong base. Was weak against the run up until he strengthened his play last year. So he's a late bloomer. A good lengthy athlete. If he adds some bulk, he might even be able to give you some inside play. But he hasn't been able to hold the edge really well along at the corner against the run, and is kind of an inconsistent pass rusher. And again, I'll give it a D based off of the other needs and the other players that were on the board at this stage. One of them, as I was kicking stuff around, the name Peyton Turner was barely out of the announcers' mouths when the graphic at the bottom of the screen, the Green Bay Packers at 29, boom, the pick was in. That means they jumped all over their pick, Eric Stokes. Oh, by the way, he plays a position of need for the New Orleans Saints. That's just the way I'm looking at it at the moment.
Yeah, I'll give a grade of a C-, and like I said, I might be a little bit kinder on the grade just because I can see why you make the pick. Like I said, a down year for Cam Jordan last year, even though he made the Pro Bowl, and a guy who's not getting any younger. As crazy as it is, 10-year anniversary the other day since the Saints drafted Cam Jordan and Mark Ingram together in the 1st round. I mean, Cam's going to go down as one of the best players to ever wear the black and gold. But at some point, you got to start searching for those replacements. Also, people quickly forget Trey Hendrickson had 13.5 sacks last year and is no longer with the team, signed with the Cincinnati Bengals. So you're trying to get that production back, especially from your front 4. But like Bob said, there was just so many glaring needs. Cornerback, linebacker. And you had, like we were talking about, it seems like it fell in your lap. You had corners on the board. You had linebackers on the board that were projected to go potentially higher than what you're picking. And you saw Green Bay, as Bob said, jump on Eric Stokes the very next pick. So it's a little bit of a head scratcher. I'll give it a C-. And the kid's going to have C-. And I think I think the bad thing for him is, as a 1st-round pick, when there's glaring needs other places, you're going to get bad draft reviews. all over the place. And there's a pressure to being a first-round pick as a defensive end, as an edge guy, because you're expected to come in and disrupt the passer. I said he's got amazing size. He's got a high motor for the football. But like Bob said, it's unpolished. He's a late bloomer. And a lot of people had him as a second or third round pick. So a big stretch by the Saints. And I think it's just more of a surprise than anything.
Yeah, well, look, man. I understand when we talk about the needs, and I understand when we talk about the future. Those guys understand what they want in their football team.
Absolutely.
Coach Payton understands his team, the vision he wants for his team. I see Derek say he grades it a D minus. A lot of people are in shock still. It wasn't a. I didn't think the Saints were going to go with the sexy pick in number one. I wrote about that. Remember, I thought it was more of an offensive lineman. Even though we had Jamin Davis off the board, even though you had Farley off the board and everything else, they still could have gone Ballmore, right? Maybe they like what they have at defensive tackle. Okay, maybe they like enough to be able to say we could be able to wait later to be able to get somebody. Andrew say he is a raw technique. Yeah, you're right, Andrew. Let's see. Always picks on the lines. Yep, they do. Offensive, defensive line. Jason gives it a FFF, triple F. Wow. So let me get off for a quick second. I want to hear what Coach Payton is saying.
I will do it with you. We'll be back in just a moment, guys. Welcome back, guys. Yeah, I guess we'll start right here. Please explain this pick. Says Zach ATV. Threw a lot of us for a loop. Not someone that a lot of people had a high grade on. Some people even having a day 3 grade on Peyton Turner. Listen, he's an extremely raw talent. He's a 6'6", high motor guy. I think one thing that we saw earlier in the comments was compares to Marcus Davenport in terms of just being a raw talent. And I know Saints fans don't want to hear that with how disappointing Marcus has been in the early parts of his NFL career. Derek, you're absolutely right. They are consistent in surprising us in the media and you guys as fans. I know that Sean Payton is speaking now, and they expect Peyton Turner to be speaking with the media fairly shortly. But it's definitely a pick that threw a lot of people. One thing that we said when the pick happened live, or one thing that I said was, this could be a pick looking towards the future. Cameron Jordan's been in the league now 10 years, which is a little crazy to think. He made the Pro Bowl last year, but had a down year. Only 6 sacks on the year. One of the worst years in terms of sack numbers since, I believe, his rookie year. So maybe the Saints are looking towards the future. There's a reason that these guys drafted this kid, right? As fans, there's a lot of times you don't understand what the team does. In the media, there's times where they throw you for a loop. This is the second straight year I can say that I was thrown for a loop. Last year with the Cesar Ruiz pick, but these guys know what they're doing. They obviously are much better talent evaluators than we are, and that's the reason we're sitting here as analysts. They're sitting there making the front office decisions. But it did surprise us, and I think the one thing it tells me is that they are confident they can get a value guy in the second round in one of those positions of needs, whether that's at linebacker or whether that's at cornerback. I wouldn't rule out Quan Alexander being brought back. And then obviously there's been a lot of talk about the Saints bringing in a veteran DB, whether that be Richard Sherman, whether it be a guy like Josh Norman. I could see that happen as well. But I think the Saints feel that they can get a valuable guy in round 2, or maybe package one of the third-round picks that they have to move up into the early stages of the second round to grab a guy that they want. Kyle, you just sit in with Coach Payton?
No, he hasn't come up yet. But all I can say is this. I think when you look at the measurables, are there. Usually when the Saints bring in a player at number 1, it's for someone to be able to come in and immediately start. So what is this saying? Is he going to start over Marcus Davenport, over Cam Jordan? What are we saying here? So that's why I'm more interested to try to understand from what the vision that the Saints front office has for this young kid, Turner, and we'll see.
Welcome back, Bob.
Thanks.
How are you feeling about the pick?
I'm
After
still
you've had some time.
I'm not the kind of guy that cools off with time, unfortunately. Listen, I see some logic behind it, some. And with how well this team is drafted in the last 4 or 5 years, you have to have trust in their process. So I get all that. So I'm not going to jump off a bridge. I'm not going to start destroying my Saints memorabilia or anything goofy like that. I don't get it. I just don't.
I don't quite understand it either, especially seeing over the last little bit that this kid, and you had said it when the pick happened, this is a kid who didn't have a particularly high grade. I'm not sure if there's any major news outlets that really had a first-round grade on Peyton Turner. So obviously the Saints saw something in him that a lot of people did not, but he just comes across as a very raw talent. One of our interns, Andrew Galata, he said that based off things that he's seen, they simply He simply reminds him of Marcus Davenport, a raw talent, big body kid whose technique is you still got to be worked with. And like I said, and we said it, throughout the last probably 10, 12 picks leading up to the Saints selection at 28, that, if they don't take a defensive end in the first 2 or 3 rounds, it says exactly what we need to know about them extending Davenport and how they feel about Granderson. So them taking a defensive end, and particularly one that was not graded very highly, what does that say about the team's confidence in the defensive line moving forward?
Well, and I think it's very interesting too. I had to, I jumped over with our friends with the Carolina Panthers podcast, the Cat Chronicles. And while I was over there, obviously we saw the Packers jump up and grab Eric Stokes, which just gives me one more reason to loathe Green Bay. But after that, the last 3 picks of the first round were all edge rushers. You had the Rousseau coming off the board from Miami, Penn State's kid, and then Joe Tryon from Washington out to Tampa Bay. So maybe New Orleans sensed a run coming on these edge rushers, and who knows? Maybe they did feel the same way that we did, and that the edge rusher class was weak, and that they could get a cornerback or a quality linebacker in day 2 or 3, and there are still a few left. So if they felt like in their war room, the Saints did, that they needed or wanted to address the edge rusher position, because me and Kyle were sitting here talking about, well, maybe they address defensive tackle now while Barmore was on the board, and then they'll address a deeper cornerback class or a deeper linebacker class later on. We thought we were feeling that way, talking that way about defensive tackle. Maybe they felt that way about edge rusher.
That's fair, and I think while you were out with our friends over with Carolina, Kyle and I had talked about, well, maybe this is the Saints saying, we do feel like we can get a quality cornerback in day 2, and perhaps the Saints will package one of their 3rd round picks with their 2nd round pick and move up in the 2nd round to grab a guy that they just felt was going to still be on the board. And there's still some corners that you like in the draft that are going to be available, tomorrow night in day 2. And Asante Samuel was a guy that was kind of mocked all over the place, low 1st round, mid 2nd round. So maybe that's a guy that the Saints say, you know what, we like this kid, but we feel like we can get him for a better bargain round number 2.
And I love Asante Samuel. I wouldn't have had a problem if they drafted him in the 1st round tonight. In fact, as soon as Newsome went off the board, my immediate mind and hope went to, I hope they get either Asante Samuel or Eric Stokes. I had both of them graded pretty high. I mean, Stokes is off the board now. Another guy, he's a lot more raw in coverage than what Asante or these other cornerbacks were. But Tyson Campbell, Stokes' teammate at Georgia, real athletic guy. He's another track guy. But if he starts showing a little bit more confidence and plays with a little bit more balance and press coverage, I think Tyson Campbell can be a quality number 2 cornerback for you too. Outside of him, Elijah Molden, Alex Molden's son, former Saints cornerback Alex Molden. He plays really good off-ball coverage. He can step in immediately and contribute in the slot. So there's those guys. We still have JOK and Chaz Surratt and Dylan Moses available at linebacker. So there's some talent there. Did Barmore come off of the board yet? I don't remember.
No, I don't think he has.
Well, hell, I mean, you can make if you want to address defensive tackle, if you want to continue to beef up that defensive line, you have Barmore, you have Aleem McNeil, who I know they love from NC State. You have the kid from UCLA too, that's projected to be a 2nd or 3rd round pick. So there's still a lot of defensive talent that the Saints could address. I don't understand why you take a reach. Even if you do like the guy, why you would reach at this position when you have such a gaping hole at cornerback at this particular moment.
Here's a question. Peyton always seems to go for the best player on the board. Was that the case? I don't think that was the case. I don't think that Peyton Turner was the best player available on the board. I think there were plenty of other players that had higher draft grades. But as Bob was saying, ironically, after the Saints picked, there was a run of edge rushers. So maybe the Saints felt the pressure or knew something was coming with that run and decided to grab their edge rusher. I think we're all still thrown for a little bit of a loop for it. Obviously, the reaction from you guys, the fans, and Saints Twitter has not been very good with the pick. And
man, I'm not even gonna look.
You don't want to, trust me. This is a guy we were talking about too. The safety out of TCU, a guy that could have easily gone. It's New Orleans. We talked about the need in the defensive backfield with just Malcolm Jenkins getting older. With Marcus Williams being, not under contract past this year since he's got the franchise tender this year. And a lot of these guys in the comments, Bob, saying, well, they took the wrong defensive end. He wasn't even the best edge rusher. This is the positive part of me. I have to kind of balance you out, Bob, so I'll try to be super positive here. But I said it before, like there's a reason that Bob and I are in the media. There's a reason that you guys are the fans at home, and then they're in the draft room. They see something we don't see. And Bob had said it earlier. I got to tip my hat to Mr. Rose here because he really did a phenomenal job throughout this draft process. Nearly 40 draft profile articles put out. I know he had our interns working day and night on some of those videos for some of these guys and evaluating. Right, we didn't have this guy, but there's 70 different guys that you take a look at, and obviously the Saints saw something in this kid that we didn't even see to profile him for some of the work that we were doing with Saints News and SI. So that's where I'll go and say, obviously they like something about this kid, or they wouldn't take him in the first round. And obviously there's plenty of busts in the first rounds over the years. The Saints have drafted poorly some years, but over the last 4 or 5 years, the Saints have really knocked it out of the park. So time will tell what this pick is and what it becomes. But Kyle said it best. When you draft a guy in the first round, you expect an immediate impact. And it's odd to me to see them take this guy and expect him to start over Marcus Davenport, who you just picked the fifth-year option up on. Start over Cameron Jordan, who I said is going to go down as one of the best Saints of all time. And if he were to retire today, I think he even has a case that be in the Saints Ring of Honor, with just how good he's been in New Orleans. So it's a head scratcher. But I will say this too: there were reports coming out in very local, I believe it was Fox 8, that reported it today. Is that the Saints for weeks have been talking about trading a starter, and there was some belief that it might have happened tonight if they wanted to move up, and there's still a belief they could do it tomorrow. So if they're going to trade a defensive end, that's going to make sense, but we won't know until some other things kind of come to fruition. But I can understand the frustration as a fan to sit and go, you know what, they weren't even the highest rated, or Peyton Turner only got a 4th round grade by this person, or a 3rd round grade by this person. But again, talent scouting for the Saints since Jeff Ireland's been there especially has been top notch, some of the best in football. So I'm going to have to tip my hat there and see what happens.
Yeah, and you look at it this way too, Brendan. How many people heard of David Onyemata in 2016?
Right, he's a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, not many. And I'll throw myself under the bus when I say this. Back in 2017, I absolutely hated the pick of Ryan Ramczyk.
A lot of people did.
I thought that Ramczyk was nothing more than a mauler who was a little bit injury prone. And I was screaming at the time, hey, I don't know why they did this, because they have Teron Armstead on one side, a seasoned vet in Zach Streep on the other, and they always find quality offensive linemen later in the draft. Well, you could say the same thing about defensive linemen. You know, they unearthed Onyemata in the 3rd, 4th round. Granderson was an undrafted guy. And players like that they've had success with. So I will absolutely say that even though I don't personally like the pick, folks, I don't have to. Jeff Ireland and Sean Payton, the two men that make the ultimate draft day decisions, they obviously see something in Peyton Turner that they like. And until we see Peyton Turner prove them wrong, there's no reason to say that the Saints. I don't want to hear or read. All the Saints don't know what they're doing. Really, 4 straight division titles and legitimate Super Bowl contenders during that time. In each and every single one of those years, it wasn't because of your fading quarterback. It was because of your improving defense. So they decided one of the reasons why that defense was so successful last year was because they had an unending rotation of talent up front. Well, we saw that rotation take a major hit this offseason, not only inside, like you and I were talking about earlier with the loss of Brown and Rankins, but they lost Trey Hendrickson on the outside too. Noah Spence and Marcus Davenport haven't proven to anybody that they can remain on the field. So maybe certainly they felt edge rusher was more of a need than what we were giving attention to.
Well, and Jason says here, maybe fans are upset with the pick because Davenport's been a disappointment. The one thing with Davenport that really sticks out to me is you look at his sophomore tape and he made tremendous strides his second year. And we expected big things from him last year, but he got hurt right before the season. He stayed hurt. And as Bob just said, the guy hasn't proved he can stay on the field. And then Hendrickson has this breakout season and takes a lot of time and a lot of snaps away from Marcus Davenport. Listen, when it comes to comparing the two, like I said, both really raw, both big body guys. I think Davenport's like 6'5", and Turner comes in around 6'6". Both not huge schools, not tiny schools, somewhere in the middle. And we're just going to have to wait and see how it goes. I also think part of the disappointment from fans is kind of what Bob and I and Kyle were talking about is when you have such a glaring need, when it's staring you right in the eyes that you need to go get a second corner or you need a linebacker that's going to play alongside DeMario, because even if they bring Quan Alexander back with a torn Achilles, Quan's not going to be ready for training camp, and he's probably not going to be ready for week 1 unless he just had a tremendous rehab. And even if he is ready for week 1, he's not ready for however many snaps he's going to go play. So you have those needs. You have guys on the board that can fill those needs and be immediate starters, and they decide to go elsewhere. However, the Saints do have 7 more picks. There's, like Bob said, there's still a lot of talent on those boards, and obviously the Saints think they can go and get a value guy at pick 60, or like I said, package some picks and go up. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Saints package some picks and move up in the second round and have a second and a third opposed to a second and 2/3 if there's a guy they really like at the beginning of the second round that continues to slide. And I'd keep my eye on JOK, who I'm a little surprised he got out of the first round. I'd keep a guy on like Jabril Cox, who some people think will fall to 60, but I don't think he will. And that's another guy that's got tremendous upside at the linebacker spot, is really good in coverage. And then there's a handful of different corners that Bob had named that have second-round grades. And honestly, it's a really deep cornerback class, and maybe another year they earn a first-round grade. And that's just because of how deep everything is this year. So that's the positive side. If you're looking for the positive side, Saints fans, this is the deepest draft we've had in a long time in corners and linebackers. And those are two positions the Saints still need to address, and they have 3 picks in day 2 tomorrow. And we'll be right back here with all the coverage tomorrow and trying to break it down. It's going to be a blast. But those are the positive things, even though Bob gave this pick a D, I gave this pick a C-. And a lot of it's just because, in our minds, it didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, that's right. And folks, like Brendan said, stay tuned. We're not only going to be back on the air tomorrow evening, But we're going to have articles not only recapping the Peyton Turner pick, but potential day 2 targets for the Saints to keep in mind on both the offensive and defensive sides of the ball. There's still some talent out there, and how you look at the way this team was built. Alvin Kamara is a 3rd-round pick. We mentioned Onyemata as a mid-round pick. Michael Thomas was a 2nd-round pick. Von Bell, who's of course no longer with the team but was a major contributor, he was a 2nd-round pick. Marcus Williams was a 2nd-round pick. So this team, Eric McCoy is a 2nd-round pick. So there are still plenty of contributors that the Saints are going to bring in, and like you said, there's a reason why we do what we do, and Jeff Ireland, Sean Payton, Mickey Loomis do what they do. They're prepared to take the criticism, and it doesn't bother them one bit. I do have the utmost confidence that this team is going to bring in more talented players, and I think they have to make a move, in the 2nd round, or pick up a couple more picks, to move to fill these defensive holes, because you can't realistically go into the 2021 season, with the players that they have at linebacker and cornerback, outside of Marshawn Lattimore and Demario Davis, of course, but they have to pick up more talent there. Fortunately, as you pointed out, there is still a lot of talent at both positions still available on the board. So fans, thank you for tuning in with us tonight. Bring some of your friends on board, with us tomorrow too. We want more interaction with the fans. We don't like to hear ourselves talk all the time.
Well, I have to shout out a couple guys. Jason's been with us most of the night. Let's see. Been with us most of the night. I know I'm forgetting people. We've also been on the air for almost 5 hours, so a lot of names running together. But a lot of you guys have hung out with us since the draft started. You guys have shown tremendous support. I know that we have a lot of you guys that also follow us on Twitter and obviously read our stuff at Saints.media, so we're super thankful for all that. We hope we've been what we advertised, the best in Saints coverage throughout the draft process, and we'll continue that tomorrow. Well, Bob, before we get off here for the evening, any final thoughts about not just the Saints pick today, but moving forward into the next 2 days and what these guys can expect from the team?
Man, other than, thank you again for everybody that's tuning in. And, Brendan, I know you busted your butt all draft process too, so thank you for that. Just tune back in with us tomorrow. Follow our articles tomorrow morning, and then jump back on air with us tomorrow evening. Same thing with day 3 on Saturday. Day 3 might actually be the most entertaining, because by that point we're all punchy and making foolish jokes and things like that, because we're just beyond the point of exhaustion. I already am. I'm too old. I can't hang with you young guys anymore. But there's still a lot of great work from us to you guys to come, and there's still plenty of great players out there too.
We appreciate all of your support. Like Bob said, we're gonna be all sorts of fun the next couple of days of just pure exhaustion. But Bob, where can I follow you personally and your work before we get off of here?
Well, folks, you can follow me over on Twitter at BobbyR2613. Of course, I could be followed on Facebook, BOBROSE. And certainly, if you are on Facebook, please, if you're not already a member of our Bayou Blitz Facebook page, please do so. It's the easiest way to get our articles first, and to see all of our live videos and weekly shows that we do. If you're already a member, thank you for all the hard work that you do. You help make our job a little bit easier and certainly a lot more fun. Brendan, where can fans follow you?
Yeah, well, obviously you can follow all of our work at www.saints.media. That's myself, Kyle T, Bob Rose, and John Hendrix, who John's had a long night too. He's sitting with Coach Payton and obviously the Saints' first-round draft choice right now, and I know they're going to have great stuff for you guys to read in the morning as well. You can follow me personally on Twitter at BT Boylan, BTBOYLAN, and it's the same for Instagram. Lot more active on the Twitter account, so you guys follow me there. Thank you guys again for hanging out with us. Thank you guys for the kind words. You guys are just as awesome as we are. We wouldn't be doing what we're doing if you guys weren't here supporting us. So there is no us without you. So we appreciate you guys. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the evening, and we will see you right back here for day 2 coverage tomorrow. Until then, good night and who dat?
Who dat?
Okay, before we end tonight, just listen to Sean Payton. He said he thought that when they turned on the tape and what they saw from Turner, they really liked the way he played football. They liked his length, his size. They think he's going to be one who can be able to come in, learn fast, and be a part of the defensive end rotation. So, another couple of points. He said he was a high energy player. He's a prototype with his size. They really had him as a player that's someone that they couldn't help but notice his makeup on tape. And a couple other things. He thought that Turner could be able to be that type of player that in this league where you need to have edge rushers, that he was that guy in a prototypical type of way. And you keep on hearing prototype. Mickey Loomis talked about prototype in his press conference with the media as well. And you hear it being echoed by Sean Payton. And I know they asked Sean Payton how or where did he get this philosophy from? And, you know, he talked about his days being in New York, his days with Bill Parcells. So they look for guys with this type of size, length. He's a young guy who can be able to learn under Ryan Nielsen, who is the defensive line coach. So they just believe that Turner is going to be one that you guys are going to take notice of as a player. So there is hope. So remember, the Saints are not going to make a major decision at number one if they don't believe in the player himself. And obviously, this young man, when they put on the tape, he popped and he was able to show the Saints that he's the type of person to be able to come into their building and be able to perform. So don't forget, go to www.saints.media to read up on Peyton Turner. John Hendrix has his measurables, as well as we have some information from the NFL Draft Bible. We will be on the air tomorrow, streaming live for round 2 and day 2 picks of the NFL Draft. I'm Kyle T. Mosley. You guys have a good one. Have a good night. Stay safe.